Now, good morning, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. We will have today the technical session devoted to the report of the status and management of salt-affected soils in different areas of the globe. And I want to invite to present the report of INSA's work done in 23-24 to Dr. Maria Cruz from the Global Soil Partnership Secretariat. Maria, the floor is yours.
Thank you, colleagues. Let me start our report for the last year. Since what happened since our last meeting in Tashkent.
Okay. Injection doesn't really bring you back to completion. Okay, just for a moment, I don't think it back in.
Here to the online attendance because there is some technical aspects that must be solved. And that's because we started in delay and there's interruptions. Are you all convenient? Yes. So,
So let me start. Let me know if you can hear me. Can you let me know in the chat that everything is fine so that I continue? Colleagues in Zoom, can you hear us well?
have you connected?
Can anyone connect and check because they do not reply? It seems like it is.
Have you sent the link again?
It's in the agenda. In the agenda on the web page.
Dear colleagues online, we are ready to proceed, but please confirm that you can hear us correctly, because if not, this will be nonsense.
Good morning. Let me check.
Tell us through the chat window, please.
Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. So that we proceed. Okay, so now at the moment, for the INSAS network, we have over 820 participants from 125 countries, which is actually almost 16% increase since our previous meeting last year. And here on this slide, I would like to show you how the INSAS, let's say, membership is reacting to the events that we organize and that we organized during the 3 years of our existence. So the first increase we could see after the first meeting of INSAS, which happened in April 2021, and then you can see that any event that we organized, it was a global symposium on salt-affected soils, first online meeting of INSAS. So the second online meeting of INSAS, in-person meeting of INSAS, the online webinars, and each time we can see how the membership in our network grows, which actually shows that yes, it's one of the main instruments for us to grow and to increase the membership. And for the working groups of INSAS, the working groups of So we have working groups of INSAS, which were established since the first meeting in 2021. They are soil affected soils and their assessment. The activity is related to mapping, assessing, monitoring of soil affected soils. Another group is sustainable management of soil affected soils, including practices and policy. The third group is soil affected soils and crops, which works on qualified agriculture and soil bearing crops and plants, and sustainable soil affected soils and water. The activity is focused on integrated soil and water management, understanding and soil conditions. So here you can see the representation in terms of experts, number of experts and countries for each of the working groups. Here is the main activity listed of our network. So for the last 2 years, we were working very heavily and closely on the global report of the status of soil affected soils. In my next slides, I will give some information about so the status. But the status is the status. Then, as a standard operating procedures for soil affected soils that we developed jointly with Glossalam, a series of webinars, harmonized protocols, and database of good practices. Then I will give more details about it. So the INSAS webinars, we started, the first INSAS webinar was last year, in November 2023 on health of soil affected soils. Then in February, we held a webinar on e-hallow and the economic uses of soil tolerant plants. In March, we had a webinar on salinity in sub-Saharan Africa. In May, crop nutrition and soil affected soils. In June, we will have, so it will start in 1 or 2 weeks, the training plus webinar on assessing soil salinity and salinity using remote and proximal sensing data. And in August and September, we will have a webinar, a series of webinars and trainings related to modeling. And I would say that we have a big interest from the INSAS members to organize these webinars, and we already have some sort of a queue for organizing the next webinars. And I think that we are quite with this year with the webinar. So in case if you members are interested to organize any other webinars, please let us know. You can write always via mail, and then we can start organizing this webinar, but it will be not earlier than next year. Then in December 2023, we organized very successfully. I suppose it was an advance for our network to organize the third event at COP28. So actually, we are organizing such side events together with the institutions and the Ministry of Agriculture. So with our Dutch colleagues, we've been organizing it for consecutive 3 years. So starting from COP26. It's something like a growing activity. So we started from a small side event, and it was maybe a very short intervention. And this time we had a high level panel. And I would say that actually the theme of this side event at COP28 was a follow-up after our meeting in Tashkent, when we were discussing how we can promote, let's say, our activity. And at that time, we were discussing that the year of halophytes would be a good option. But let's say the further discussions with the Dutch colleagues and with the colleagues, it showed that we should focus on more general topic which can embrace everything which is related to soil affected soils, such as soil, crops, water, so policy, so everything. And saline agriculture is one of the concepts that can embrace everything which is related to our activity. So the side event was devoted to the promoting of the declaration of 2028 as the year of saline agriculture. So we are working on this to promote it further. So as you may be aware that UN, United Nations, they have each year the year devoted to some crops or some other let's say, agriculture-related topic. And 2028 is the first year which is, let's say, free, where we have a free slot. And so we are working on this, and hopefully it will be supported by the countries and endorsed by the plenary assembly of the United Nations. So let's see how it goes, but we are working on this constantly. Then regarding sustainable soil management practices, actually we worked quite heavily with the working group on sustainable soil management, developing like a template for these practices. So from our side, we finalized this activity, I suppose, in the end of 2022, and the whole year of 2023, it was the activity of the soil doctors together with soil doctors, trying to find a way how to make it general. So the collection of the practices, the database should not be individually for soil affected soil. This is the concept of the global soil partnership. The practices and the database should embrace all the practices for all soils, maybe with some focus on pollution. So we should mention let's say, the main goal of the practice, if it is pollution or soil biodiversity or organic carbon or soil affected soils or either erosion, but still the template should be more or less the same. We have some freedom then to add some aspects which are more specific to soil affected soils, but still it was one of the concepts inside, let's say, the team of the Global Soil Partnership that we should work closely with all the networks. And I'm sorry, I will have a break, not a break, but I will skip from the presentation because I want to share with you the list. So here is the list of the practices. So what is the idea? That we're trying to collect and group all the practices that exist in relation to sustainable soil management. So at the moment, the list is 38. So which means that we will be collecting the specific case studies from the countries, from the participants, from all the networks we've been working on this. So but within these 38 practices. So after our meeting, I can share this. I can share this table. So you can see it's not working very well. This mouse. Sorry. So here is the list. So soil preparation, crop and plant selection, fertilizer application, pest and disease control, water management, soil natural status and conservation. So they are grouped, these practices, but I would say that the main, let's say, item, the main unit of the practices is practice per se. So this grouping was also some sort of discussion among the networks and among the ITPS. So ITPS cleared and approved this list of practices. But so I think that this grouping can be not that maybe important, but the practices as practices per se. So let me turn back to my presentation. So regarding the status of the global assessment of soil affected soils, this publication, this document is ready for publication. So now it is finalized. It undergone the reviewing process, the editing by the English editor. So now it's ready for other steps of the preparing the layout and the publication. from the INSAS members, it was a huge contribution. So many participants of the, actually it's a product of the INSAS and of its members. Regarding the text, we have 43 authors who contributed. The 43 authors from 17 countries. The survey, the INSAS survey, it was an extensive, more than 100 questions were included into this questionnaire, and 53 countries submitted so 94 authors participated in it, and they are from 53 countries. And also, we have the national reports, which are based on the preparation of the global map of salt-affected soils. So these complementary reports to the global map of salt-affected soils. There are over 200 authors who contributed from 30 member countries. So it is planned to be released this year. So what we have from this global assessment, from the latest statistics that we have, that it is almost 1.4 billion of land which is affected by which is covered by salt-affected soil, which constitutes 10.7% of the global land area. So I would say that this data, 1.4 billion, they include both the statistics from the global map of salt-affected soil, which was reported in 2021 and to be around 800 million hectares, plus the information for the countries which were missing in this global map of salt-affected soils. And also, if we consider the soils which have the salinity lower than 2, but let's say from 0.75 to 2 decimals per meter, which we can consider as a potentially salinized. So their area is almost over 1 billion hectares, which makes plus 7.7% of this 10.7%. Yeah, and also you can see here the figures for each region. So here are the regions of the Global Soil Partnership. So for Europe, it is 238 million hectares, which is almost 9% of the region. For MENA, it is 230. For Asia, 154. For Pacific, it is almost 357. For Africa, 82. For Latin America, 235. And for North America, 78 million hectares. Yeah, so here I would like to show you what we have at the moment for the global map of salt-affected soil. And here you can see, let's say, the distribution of the countries from which we are still expecting the data to receive for this global product. So here you can see the top 10 countries. Top 10 countries with the largest areas of salt-affected soil. So they are Chile, Argentina, Kazakhstan, Russian Federation, United States of America, Iran, Sudan, Uzbekistan, Afghanistan, and China. They are taken, if we take by the area, so by the absolute numbers, and if we take the relative numbers, so we can see that the countries which are most affected by salinity are Oman, Uzbekistan, Jordan, Kuwait, Iraq, United Arab Emirates, Afghanistan, Argentina, Australia, and Eritrea. And these 10 countries in the left side, so they account for 70% of the total area of salt-affected soils of the world. So 70% of all salt-affected soils are concentrated in these 10 countries. So other findings from the global assessment of salt-affected soils, which I would like to share with you today, is that according to the new assessment, we have. But I would like to make a note that this is the assessment based on the digital data that we have for global map of salt-affected soils for GSAS map. which covers 75% of the total land. This is according to the map which I showed previously. So according to this data. So here we have the following situation that 10% of irrigated cropland and 10% of rainfed cropland is affected by salinity and sodicity, which makes in total 10% of all the cropland globally, but still for this 75%. So this assessment can change. This assessment can change while we have the submissions for the rest of the countries. Yeah, and then we evaluated the effect of salinity on the cropland and the potential crop losses due to salinity stress. I think that this assessment should be made globally for each country. But I think that countries can also work more closely with this assessment because it's very important for let's say for policy making, for delivering the message of the importance of managing salt affected soils and for, let's say, mobilizing resources. So we would encourage the countries also to perform such an assessment also at the national level. And here we can see that the crop losses, in some cases, they can reach 70% for rice, for bean, for sugarcane. For bean it is 68, for sugarcane 45, and so on. So, and once again, this is not the full coverage. So we can see that if we overlay the global map of salt affected soils and the cropland, we can see that this assessment covers 444 million hectares of global cropland, which is only half of the global cropland. So this estimate is based, this estimate covers half of the global cropland. So here is the top 10 countries which are most affected by salinity stress. For this, let's say, based on the GTAS map assessment, and the list, the countries are Uzbekistan, Namibia, Kuwait, Oman, Senegal, Iraq, Morocco, Syria, Afghanistan, and Pakistan. So regarding the situation with the, let's say, regulations on salt affected soils, based on the INSAS questionnaire from the responses that we had from 53 countries, we can say that the regulation which can support the viable ecosystem, because we consider salt affected soils not only as a stress but also as a potential. So this is the title of our workshop. So we can see that for 76%, they lack the regulation to sustainable use and management of salt affected soils. So this is the area of our work for the coming years. And half of the third countries, they had no governmental body to monitor or supervise the management of salt affected soils and the processes which are going there. So as we said, we let's say we'll try to promote the UN Year of Saline Agriculture. So there is a great potential from halophytes and salt tolerant plants. And yesterday we could hear, so there were many contributions from the presentations from yesterday, which were showing different very positive aspects of growing halophytes and salt affected soils, their potential. So I think that raising awareness and promoting this activity would be very, very helpful. Also, regarding what we can do with the soil, growing of halophytes is one aspect of salt affected soil management. So for practices, there is also quite much of the work to do because for promoting, like raising awareness and teaching the farmers how to manage the salt affected soils. In some cases, they already know. In some cases, when they don't know, there's quite much work which can be implemented with the help of the soil doctors, local soil doctors program. For the meetings that we had, so here is the brief summary. For the second meeting in Tashkent, which we held last year, we had over 170 in-person participants from 24 countries and over 370 online participants from 86 countries. So the program of that meeting was more or less the same as we have this year. So we had a conference, technical sessions of insight working group, trainings, and field excursions. And all the materials of this second meeting, they are available online. So for the third meeting, which are we having now, today we are having these technical sessions of INSAS, where we will focus on the regional assessments, which we made based on the INSAS survey. So we will go region by region to see what is happening, and we will try to develop, let's say, region-specific work plans in the end. Tomorrow we will have trainings, and on the fourth and fifth day of this meeting, we will visit the salt effective soils of Spain. Also, I would like to announce that we will have a regional meeting of INSAS for Asia. So in Aksu, in September 23 to 25, we will have this regional meeting with a focus on Asia, on Asian region. So we are planning to make a call of abstracts after this meeting. So you are welcome, especially if you are from Asia, to join us online or in person. So it will be organized by the Chinese organizations. So here are the main recommendations of the GSAT report. Actually, during our discussions, we can modify it. It is still some, let's say, flexibility in these recommendations, and I hope that during today's discussion we can add something else here. So first of all is upscaling sustainable management practices, then improving salinity and solidity assessment. Here we can see that there are still many countries which are missing the information at the national level. Water quality monitoring and management, promoting saline agriculture utilizing color quites, quantification of yield losses and gains, conservation of natural salt-affected soils, strengthening cross-sectoral communication and engagement within and between governments at all levels, development of training programs, and university curricula. This is what I don't think that we discussed before, but it is also very important that we start teaching the students, the pupils of the school, especially in the countries which are affected by water and soil salinity, about this, let's say, threat. And promotion of a market for crops grown on salt-affected soils, including non-conventional crops such as rice. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Maria Koniskova, for the report and update on the INSAS work done during these 2 years, and for some projections that of activities that will be held in the near future, and for encouraging members to also participate making proposals of webinars and other activities and documents and so on. So it's my pleasure now, excuse me, it's my pleasure now to give the floor to Professor Dr. Sanjay Arora, is Vice Chair of the International Union of Soil Sciences Commission dealing with salt-affected soils and working in the ICA, Central Soil Salinity Research Institute. So I'm sorry that, I'm very sorry that the visa did not arrive in time and you are not with us here, but well, things are in this way. So Professor Sanjay Arora, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor George. Am I audible?
Yes, we hear you and see you well. Thank you.
The slides are visible, sir?
Yes, it is visible. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, respected Professor George, Chairman IUSS Commission 3.6 and Chairman of the INSAS also, Dr. Maria, uh, and respected participants of the today's program. I will be discussing on the regional assessment on status and management of salt affected soils in Asian countries basically, for which INSAS has taken the initiative and uh, on the basis of the information generated from different countries, the compilation was done to come out with the information that can be useful for uh, both for the assessment as well as management of these salt affected soils in these Asian countries. As uh, Dr. Maria has already described in detail the global sterilization issues, the FAO has developed the maps, and similarly the salt-induced land degradation covering in the 75 countries, and this cover is also extensive in Asian countries also, and inappropriate irrigation as well as drainage are some of the causes apart from the geogenic nature of these salt-affected soils. More than 77 million hectares of the salt-affected soils are human-induced, and most of these are basically in the Asian region. The present assessment was done in 6 Asian countries: Bangladesh, China, India, Malaysia, Pakistan, and Thailand. Uh, as per the information from these countries, China is having the largest area of 36 million hectares, and the minimum area was reported in Malaysia, 0.05 million hectares. Unfortunately, in many of the countries, the official data was missing or unknown for especially the saline sodic and saline sodic condition soils. Uh, Therefore, attempt was made to come out with some reasonable information for sustainable management of these poor soils. As per the area, we see that in Bangladesh, 1.056 million hectare, although there is no official data available, the information was provided by the INSAS member active there. China is having 36 million hectare. The National Soil Survey Office 1998 report uh, depicts this figure. Although there are some other reports uh, available on internet, but the reliable source or the government source was not detected. Area bifurcated into the saline or sodic soils was also not available. In India, 6.74 million is the official figure that is being means uh, claimed by the Indian Council of Agriculture Research Central Soil Salinity Research Institute at Karnal, with having many centers all over the country. And out of 6.74 million, 2.96 is the saline area, including the coastal salinity, and 3.78 million hectares is the sodic lands, especially in the Indo-Gangetic plains of North India. In Malaysia, 0.05 million hectare, totally these soils are saline, but here also the official data is not missing. Pakistan is having 6.28 million hectare as per the reports in 2000 from Alam Ansari and Athar Khan. Thailand 0.806, no official data available, neither for the saline as well as sodic soils. We have collected some information from the not only from the means the participants or the members of the INSAS, but also from the internet and other sources where we can get the information. And In Malaysia, 0.3 to 5 million hectare has been reported by Ottoman in 1990. Soil salinity is enormous problem in Sri Lanka also, having coastal saline areas, and the groundwater salinity is also exist in the peninsular region of the Sri Lanka. In Southeast Asia, Indonesia is having 2.2 million hectare of severely salt affected soils. In Myanmar, 1.4% of the land is reported to have been affected by salinity. That includes coastal belt also. In Philippines, the estimated area of 0.4 million hectares is affected by salinity, especially in the coastal area. In Vietnam, also 2 million hectares has been reported in the coastal line of 2,500 kilometers, especially in the agricultural lands. All these data, the status are basically the old ones, and the FAO has tried to compile the information and generate data in 2021 and 22, and that uh, that can be more precisely uh, means done to come out with a regional assessment of these soils, especially different continents. Uh, as per the questionnaires, we have developed Dr. Maria and Professor George and many of the experts involved in this in developing the questionnaire, and the questionnaire uh, was sent to all the members, and the information that come out from these questionnaire, that chemical methods used to measure soil salinity in Asian countries, basically EC is the indicator for soil salinity, and in most of the countries, Bangladesh, India, Pakistan, and Thailand, electrical conductivity in saturation paste extract was adopted as one of the indicators. Uh, while in China, as well as in some parts of India, total soluble salts like sodium, calcium, magnesium, sulfate, carbonates, and bicarbonates are the indicators for salinity. In Pakistan and Thailand, in coastal areas, this method is being adopted. For measuring soil sodicity in Asian countries, exchangeable sodium percentage, which is basically a typical uh, method to be done in the laboratory, and most of the laboratories, either in Bangladesh or in India or Pakistan, have not such facilities to go for the ESP estimation to precise level. However, mm, the adopted method basically is the ESP based on the relationship given by FAO with the pH. The most of the ESP estimation is being done. SAR is one of the approach that has been adopted in Asian countries, which in Bangladesh, China, India, Pakistan, as well as Thailand. pH PHS is the saturation paste pH for sodicity in India as well as in Pakistan is being adopted, and recently we have developed a zip kit which is easy to uh, like a ready reckoner, or we can say a field kit that can be used in the field itself to assess the exchangeable sodium percentage of the sodic soils. For determining the exchangeable sodium and their distribution in the countries, China and India, as well as Pakistan, adopt the method of salt removal, cation exchange, and measurement of sodium in this method, while uh, in Malaysia, without salt removal is being adopted, and in Thailand, without salt removal with 4 steps that involves measurement of soluble sodium, cation exchange, measurement of sodium, and recalculation of the exchangeable sodium based on the subsection procedure. Uh, so, ammonium acetate extraction for exchangeable sodium is adopted in India and Bangladesh, but some reports also say in Pakistan this method is being adopted. Methods for measuring the cation exchange capacity and their distribution among different countries. Ammonium acetate ammonium acetate extraction buffered at pH 7 was adopted in almost all the countries except China, where ammonium chloride extraction is being adopted. Most of these methods are from USDA Handbook number 60, and the methods of pH measurement 1:2 or 1:2.5 is being adopted in India, apart from the saturation paste extract. In Pakistan, also similar method is being adopted. In China, 1:5, as well as in Malaysia, 1:5 soil solution ratio is being adopted for estimating the pH measurement. One mobile application has been developed as a decision support system for, especially in Indo-Gangetic plains. This can be similar type of mobile applications or equations can be developed for estimating the pH as well as ESP relationship, as well as including the SAR, to come out with the ready reckoners, so that it will be more easy to adopt the uniform approach in almost all the countries. Mapping of the salt affected soils, especially saline and sodic soils, the regional scale uh, at the national level, uh, most of the countries lack this. Some are following 1 lakh or more than that. In Bangladesh, there are some reports. India also have 1:2, 2.5 million scale, but no official information is available as a uniform mapping scale for these salt affected soils. Irrigation methods. Surface irrigation is commonly practiced, where flooding type of irrigation is done in Bangladesh, China, India, Malaysia, and Pakistan. In India, surface irrigation, apart from sprinkler as well as drip irrigation, has also been reported. In Malaysia, sprinkler irrigation, drip irrigation, and manual irrigation. Similarly, in Pakistan also, uncontrolled flooding with surface irrigation and drip irrigation is being promoted these days. Pitcher irrigation is an age-old practice that was earlier adopted in India and Pakistan also, but now Bangladesh has uh, the reports of these irrigation methods, especially in the saline and sodic conditions. Threshold level for salinity and sodicity. Uh, Saline and non-saline soils are differentiated in Bangladesh with 2 decisimon per meter, having electrical conductivity of this is reported to have salinity. In China, 1 gram per kg or 1.1% salt is the indicator, while in India, Malaysia, Pakistan, and Pakistan, in these three countries, 4 decisimons per meter is the critical or threshold level for salinity. In Thailand, 2 decisimon was as similar to the Bangladesh, because most of the soils are basically in coastal areas. Threshold for the sodic and non-sodic soils. In China, more than 20 exchangeable sodium percentage, while in India, more than 15 ESP and more than 13 SAR. Similar is the case of Pakistan, but in Thailand, only SAR is being adopted with more than 13 value. Services most demanded by the farmers for as an extension service for managing the salt affected soil in a sustainable manner in Asian countries. Training about the management of salt affected soils, to organize training, soil analysis, interpretation of soil analysis, irrigation water or groundwater analysis. These are the most important in terms of farmers' view uh, to get the information as well as management options. Bangladesh, India, Pakistan adopt most of these, and Thailand also to a certain level, but we don't have the information regarding the China. The most cultivated crops on saline and sodic soils in Asian countries, rice is the dominant crop, cotton, barley, alfalfa, sorghum, as well as halophytes in India and Pakistan being cultivated. Non-conventional crop includes sugar beet and pearl millet in India and in some parts of Pakistan. Some crops that are irrigated with the breakage water, where underground water is also saline. In that condition also, we we have not much information regarding China and Thailand, but in India, Malaysia, Pakistan, and Bangladesh, rice is being cultivated in large areas. Apart from cotton and barley, sugar beet is the non-conventional crops. Uh, in Pakistan, halophytes are being also irrigated with the brackish water. The criteria used to assess the irrigation water quality in Asian countries, especially the electrical conductivity of the water, SAR of the water is being considered as the criteria in Bangladesh, India, and Pakistan. Malaysia goes for the SAR of water, total dissolved solids, total soluble salts, and pH is also one of the indicator in Indian conditions. Residual sodium carbonate uh, is also being considered as one of the indicators for acidic water, what we call having the dominancy of carbonates and bicarbonates. Type of drainage system implemented in Asian countries, uh, Bangladesh, India, Malaysia, as well as Thailand adopt the surface drainage system having the shallow ditches, apart from the subsurface drainage with buried pipe drains. And depending upon the soil texture and salinity, subsurface drainage, and other nowadays PVC pipelines with underground drainage is being adopted. China, for this drainage system, we have not much information about the China. The criteria used to design the drainage system in Asian countries, soil parameters are preferred as the criteria in India, Malaysia, Pakistan, and Thailand. Water table, where the water parameters are to be the important parameter in terms of water parameter, hydraulic soil hydraulic conductivity, infiltration in India and Malaysia. It is used as the criteria for designing the drainage system. Type of leaching, flooding is the most common method that is being adopted for leaching the saline soils in Asian countries, that includes in India, Pakistan, and Thailand. In conclusion, there are the it has been reported that due to climate change or global warming and malpractices being adopted in agriculture system, increase of 10% annually in soil salinization is a threat in these Asian countries. However, a uniform method is not being adopted for assessment of these salinity as well as sodicity in this. Uh, the pH is either adopted as 1 is to 2.5 soil to water solution ratio, and 1 is to 5 soil to water ratio is being used. This sometimes cause management problems, especially uh, some of the works in different countries cannot be easily adopted in other countries if there is no uniformity in the assessment methodology. SAR and pH are commonly used to assess the irrigation water quality, and crops also, the varieties developed by different institutes as well as universities for salinity tolerance as well as sodicity tolerance uh, needs to be promoted in other not only in the other states of the country but also in the neighboring countries where the salinity or sodicity is a problem. Way forward can be a critical gap is found across the surveyed countries within the Asian region, whereby crucial determination of national scale maps are absent in most countries except Bangladesh and Thailand. In order to mitigate saline and sodic environments, baseline information on areas that needs to be rectified is, is required. As most countries have indicated that capacity building and awareness is need to manage these soils, it is time for extension service to efficiently come out with a design result-based oriented modules to assist farmers and agricultural authorities in this line in order to enhance food security, mitigate effects of climate change, and create a balance with conserving the environment in the Asian region and to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. Uniformity in the methodology for assessment is uh, immediately required to have a means not only for the Asia but also for the global level, for which INSAS and FAO as well as IUSS can join to come out with a uniform method, for which earlier efforts has already been made by some of these agencies. For preparing this, I am thankful to Professor George Betley Sales, Dr. Maria, and the whole INSAS team, and the contributors from different countries, Mr. Arifunar from Bangladesh, Mr. Lidong Ren from China, Mr. Fazrul from Malaysia, Dr. Murtaza from Pakistan, Dr. Saqib from Pakistan, Dr. Mohammad Sabir, Dr. Munir Hussain Zia, Dr. Waqar Ahmed from Pakistan, and Mr. Pong Pichin Piraj from Thailand. So I am thankful to organizers for giving me the opportunity. However, I am I could not come to Valencia although Professor George and Maria offered uh, to join there, but due to some technical issues, I was unable to join physically. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shanghai. Well, actually, we would like to have you here, but well, anyway, you did an excellent report of the regional assessment on status and management of salt-affected soils in Asia. Well, this is an approach that maybe other will follow. It is necessary to follow to complement areas that are lacking of so detailed information that you give us because of your deep knowledge in India, and that's it was noticed. You need, as you mentioned, you need a literature review as well for scanning of other countries. And I think that it is a task of INSAS to encourage members and countries to give more detailed information. And maybe we should start with this call again and giving time to the members to be motivated and to find well, we have a close deadline to find these measures. And as you suggest, I interpret that you suggest it would be nice if we collaborate with the Glosolan network for trying to standardize some of the more successful approaches for measuring the parameters of the salt-affected soils regarding, for example, the exchangeable sodium, or even for pH that a technical note has been just issued how to measure this pH with special mention about difficulties with the alkaline soils, with and so on. So I think that excuse me. I think that a lot of work has been done regarding soil salinity research, and but it is how to say a bit divergent how different countries have followed the approach, and so it difficults the exchange of data. And I think that a more in-depth knowledge will be get if or global data will be how to say processed with the help. Let's be a bit futuristic with such new algorithm with the artificial intelligence and so on, to get some more how to say to distillate, for example, which are the most describing parameters. You know that when we go to doctor, usually doctor do not make all analysis possible to us, and just oriented by his or her expertise, he decided that this and this and this are the best diagnostic properties. And so I think that there is a lot of background on soil science. And for example, I noticed that quite nobody mentioned you that horizons recognition for assessing soil salinity. And that's an issue that we should face as well in the International Union of Soil Sciences, because for classifying a soil as saline, you know that the classifications require a big amount of salt concentrations in a depth, the minimum depth of soil, but this is too much for most of the vegetables plants. And when we are dealing with salt affected, it is when with just one irrigation it can be. And I think that is another aspect that could be explored if this the methods for irrigation and as well later that you show for leaching salts are how to say limited by the funds availability. I mean, for example, in several countries, including Spain, we irrigated first by flooding, later by furrow, and due to soft credits, quite everybody now is using drip irrigation. And I think that in other countries, maybe there is an economic limitation for that because so we should explore what happens because people are not using these technologies. And also, for example, with the extension of saline agriculture, it is a risk if you do not care detailed day after day what are you doing. Maybe you want to get one crop, 10 crops, 100 crops, but later you find something that you did not expect it, but you should expect it because the knowledge is there. So thank you very much for your detailed report, and we appreciate that you did extra work looking for literature from other countries. And if you allow me, I will give the floor to other participants that are connected now from Asia, if they want to make some remarks or questions to you. So I will open the floor for the participants that you are online now and want to make some questions or remarks to the presentation and the data that the professor Shanghai presented. If you do so, please identify yourself and make the question. So the floor is open.
Your colleagues, yes, you can unmute yourself. You are free. Sound quality. Colleagues from Zoom, you are welcome to ask your questions. Yeah, you should go.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Hello, everyone. My name is Li Dunre from the Chinese Academic of Science, and thanks for this very detailed introduction. And I just have some comments about the introduction that relate to China, because I think there are a lot of missing informations, like for irrigation methods, and also yeah, I can remember that for irrigation method that it's absent in this report, but actually I think in China actually we have it, and even for the skill map, actually I read one publication in just last month, it published that we can also find the scale map for the scientists or distribution in China. And maybe later I can share it to you, and if possible, we can also add in this report. Yeah, that's one of my comments. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And although I didn't get your clear voice, but I think if you want to share some information regarding China, especially related to salt affected soils, then we can include in this report also. But that we basically were looking for the uh, means the information that is at the national level, uh, either from some recognized university or institute or government agencies. And if you have some information, we can append it with this report.
Yeah, of course, I will share information later to you by email. Yeah, I will share this information by email to you.
I think Professor George will respond. I am not clear in the voice.
That you will get this info from him by email. Yes, can you hear me? So, or some difficulties?
Very mild voice is there, but please.
Well, that's our colleague will send you the information about China. He has on by email to you.
Yes, yes. Please, we will be happy to receive the information, whatever provided with the authentic source. It will be useful.
Thank you. And I think that in the next meeting that we will have in Aksu, I think that we will be able to get some more updated information from. But well, the point is that to explain to all members, it is now this report is based on voluntary for how to say this forms. And so there is no official, how to say, in general, there is no official link with the governments or the ministries if they can, but if they are not willing. So, but if you have this possibility, apart of that, yes, to address and contact your ministry, even of the region for updating the information, this will be great. Yeah, I will do that. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, there is,
And I see that is raised hand of Miss Menon. The floor is yours, Miss Fosse. You are muted, so. Miss Fosse, open your mic and make your remarks.
and we try to check the sound. It seems that the sound from Victoria doesn't go well.
Miss Fosse, we see that you raised your hand. Please open your microphone. Okay.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, make your question or remark.
Yes, I have a question with Dr. Arora.
Yes.
The statistical reports and digits you have presented from the Pakistan chapters. Can you please give us the source? Because I reminded that before 2 years, the Nuclear Institute of Agricultural Sciences here represents that more than 7 million hectares of soil in Pakistan are salt affected, where we are working with many saline projects here. So the projects represent salinity levels even in the Sindh and out of the Sindh chapter. But in the Sindh, we are looking forward at that 2 to 5%. Even the land every year is going to be saline due to high temperature and low rainfall rate. These are the primary factors and indicators of salt affected soils here. So, can you please give us the details? 6.2 million hectares you have mentioned in your report. The soils of the Pakistan are salt affected.
Dr. Fozia, I have just sent the link of the reference that we have cited for this report, and the information that was provided by the members of the INSAS from, as I have already acknowledged their uh, contribution in this. And this was the report of 2000 from Alam Ansari and Athar Khan uh, from Nuclear Institute of Agriculture. Okay, in 2000.
Okay.
So I have just shared the information in the uh, chat box, and if you have any updates or any information regarding the salt affected soils, the latest developments, we will be happy to receive your information, and with the authentic source, we will be try to assess it again.
Yeah. Okay, I get it, but we need to double check via the altimetry radar or from the satellites data, or these are the verbal data, is soils are sampled and analyzed in the labs.
Actually, the different approaches are being adopted in different countries. The remote sensing and GIS approach, sometimes the information in India or in other countries, we have seen that the ground truthing was done, and the area which was depicted in the GIS approach, there was some error, or we can say there was some gap, and because of the subsoil sodicity or subsoil salinity or the secondary salinization which is being means coming up in many of the canal command areas. So the figures are somewhat not stable in many countries, but if the source which we have referred 6.28 million hectare, and what you are telling 7 million hectare, it is means almost some time gap might be there, or some it is mostly comparable. Similarly, in India, 6.73 million hectare as well as 7 million hectare by the Wasteland Department has been reported. So we found it to be a comparable one.
Thank you very
Okay,
much.
thank you.
I remind you all that if you have questions of any of the presentations that today will be during this technical session, you can email to Maria Kunioskova. Email is on the chat window, and we will forward these questions to the presenters. So, thank you very much, Dr. Sanjaya Laura, for your presentation. And now I will give the floor to the next reporter, that is Dr. Catharina Negans from the Brugge University, the Netherlands, and she is vice chair of the INSAS network. And I will present the regional assessment on status and management of Europe and Eurasia. So, Dr. Negans, the floor is yours.
Here. Yeah, so no, I will give okay, presentations here.
Okay. Yes. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Also, good afternoon and good evening to those that are joining from other sites. My name is Kate Negac, and I'm the vice chair of the INSAS network. I'm also the chair of the Sustained Cost Network, that is that are the two co-organizers of the meeting we are having now. I would like to present the regional assessment of the status and management of salt-affected soils for Europe and Eurasia, the second region that we have on the agenda today. So in principle, when you look at the status of the soils in this region, one thing that is very consistent is that it's still a threat to food security and sustainability in the region. We see that the extent to which countries are affected by salinity differs. In some, it's quite a significant challenge. In some others, it's a minor issue. But we know that the salt-affected soils are present in a number of countries, such as, for example, Hungary, Kazakhstan, the Russian Federation, Spain, Turkmenistan, or Ukraine, among the others that are based in the region. We also see that there are more experienced and new countries to dealing and managing salinity. Let me see how to navigate here. Yes, okay. So we know that this is a challenge for the food production, also for farmer livelihoods, and for biodiversity in the region. Water scarcity and climate change, of course, exacerbate the issue as well. We see that in the region, the salinity has heterogeneous nature that also influences the management practices, and that an integrated approach is needed to deal with this issue. At the same time, we also see that in general, there are very diverse approaches and there's no standardization in the region, which will be quite visible in the next slides that I'm going to present. But before I go into presenting the assessment of this region, I would like to give a brief methodological note, because we have many countries in the region, but we received 14 questionnaires, which means that we analyzed 12 countries. For some, we received 2 of them. Israel and Spain sent us 2 questionnaires, so then we could compare the answers. We also find it important to note that these were not answers from the statistical offices, but from our network members, which means that sometimes there can be also a different replies. Now, as it comes to measurement, mapping, and monitoring, I have picked up a few key information for each of the chapters that we have within this section, because in general, we have a lot of information from around 114 questions in the questionnaire. So it would have been a very long presentation. But because of that, we have a bit of a choice. So when we look at the total surface area of the salt-affected soils in Europe and Eurasia, we see that this is around 2 million square kilometers. And we also know that the extent of the salt-affected soils is not fully known, as many countries lack the official data in that regard. There are also diverse measurement methods, and some countries focus much more on groundwater measurements than on the soils themselves. So we see that at the moment in this region, there is a need for better data as it comes to salt-affected soils, and also the harmonization of measurement methods, because at the moment, everybody uses something else. And when we look at the saline and soil classification systems used in the region, we see that, again, there's differ, and basically each country uses a different system. To give a few examples, the Netherlands follows the FAO system, Ukraine has their own national guidelines, and Spain refers to the US salinity laboratory. So even within the small sample, we have 3 systems, 3 of them being national or international level and approved by the authorities, but different in that regard. Now, as I've already mentioned, when it comes to the mappings, there's a background or?
Yes. Maria, maybe your
Yeah, but okay, did you share the presentation?
Oh, let me see. Okay.
So you can quickly show the slides that you showed before.
Yes. Are we on Teams or are we on Zoom? Let me see.
Zoom.
We're in Zoom. Okay, I see. All right. Sorry. Which one is it? Just a stream. Okay. Okay. Dear participants, my apologies. It seems that the presentation was not shared before, so I'm going to quickly go through what I've shown before. So in principle, I have said already that there is a lack of harmonization. It's a challenge to food security and sustainability, and that it's an interconnected issue in that region. We also know that the nature of salinity is heterogeneous and that we need an integrated approach to deal with it better. As it comes to methodology, we collected data for 12 countries, which indicates that we actually need to know more, and we're looking forward to extending our knowledge in that regard. And that the replies were given by the members of our network, not official statistical offices, which also should be taken into account when reading the report. Now, when we look at the measurement, mapping, and monitoring, we see that it's around 2 million square kilometers affected by soil salinity in this region, and also that the extent is not fully known. When it comes to the classification system, as I've already mentioned, there are discrepancies as well. So basically each country uses a different system, ranging from FAO guidelines to the national options, and then go further to the US Salinity Laboratory. Is this still not sharing or? Okay, maybe that works better. Yes. Okay, so with the status of soil salinity and solidity, we see that again, different depths are mapped in different countries. So to give an example, in Ukraine, it's 2 meters to 3 meters, all to the groundwater level. For Spain, it's from 0 to 25 centimeters and then 100 centimeters. In the Russian Federation, it's 2 meters. In Greece, it's 0 to 30. So we see that different depths are used for subsoil and topsoil. And then further for mapping, the scale differs as well. I skipped the big table here, but the differences were substantial for all the 12 countries. Now, let's look quickly at the sustainable management of salt-affected soils and different techniques that are used there. So, for example, evaporation reduction techniques such as mulching are used in Germany, Greece, and Ukraine. Topsoil removal we can see in Israel, Italy, and the Kingdom of the Netherlands. Enhancing the soil structure and infiltration is common in Greece, Israel, and, for example, Spain. With the biochar application, we had only the Kingdom of the Netherlands and the Russian Federation reporting that. With deep plowing, we had again a number of countries, Israel, Italy, the Netherlands, the Russian Federation, Spain, and Ukraine. Chemical amelioration was present in more countries. For the salt relocation and accumulation reduction, we had Greece, Netherlands, and the Russian Federation, to name a few. Crop system management, again, quite a few countries use it, same as the crop adaptation strategies. Finally, agroforestry was also present in a few countries, humans, Greece, the Netherlands, the Russian Federation, Spain, and Ukraine, and biotechnologies were basically mentioned only in the Kingdom of the Netherlands. Now, as it comes to the indicators for sustainable soil management, we had the diversity as well. So, for example, Greece and Italy adhere to the indicators used by FAO protocol. Hungary adopts a broader scale of the broader scope of indicators, and with the majority of the countries that responded, in fact, they don't measure and they don't indicate things. So again, we see that there's a big need for harmonization, but also just measurement. So both knowing what we're doing and having some kind of consistency in what we measure. Another topic that we looked into were the policies. So that's a very interesting point because a few countries mentioned that they are governing policies for salt-affected soils. So, for example, Greece, Russian Federation, and Spain, as well as the UK, indicate the need for such a regulation, but Germany doesn't see it. So it could be that for these countries, the extent to which they are affected by salinity also matters. We know that in Germany, the extent of salt-affected soils is much smaller than in Greece, Russian Federation, or Spain. In Hungary, this topic has been also regulated within the Soil Protection Action Plan. Israel has indicated that there is a policy, but it needs to be improved. So as we can see, there's not a big, consistent, overarching policy, also not one integrated one, but very often is dispersed among the number of national policies, tackling, for example, land degradation, soil health, sometimes water management as well, biodiversity, agriculture, food safety. So we see that bits and pieces are in, let's say, silo policies, but there's no one integrated option. Here we can see an extensive overview, what exactly is present in which country. And we see that this is quite well regulated in Israel, the Netherlands, and the Russian Federation. In some other, this is also regulated, but to a lesser extent, according to what was reported. Then the next topic, which we would like to address, is the status of the crop and plant production in the salt-affected environments. Here we went through a number of crops available and also, again, the countries that we had reporting. So we can see that a few crops are quite popular. For example, barley seems to be quite commonly grown. We also have a number of countries reporting alfalfa. We also see a few of them with sorghum, rice, and for example, wheat. At the same time, also a number of countries say that they focus on the number of crops. For example, Spain, that quite a few crops, Greece and Israel as well. Okay. When it comes to the most common irrigation methods, we see that again, there's a number of them. Sprinkle irrigation stands out as a common method used across many countries in the region. Similarly, the drip irrigation is also commonly used. And on the other hand, we see that in quite a few countries, different methods are being applied. For example, in Italy, we see surface irrigation emerging, and here both the basin and flood type. And then we also see that sprinkle irrigation and drip irrigation is used as well. Finally, we have crops that are irrigated with brackish water. That was not such a common thing to report. However, we see that in Greece, there's a number of crops being irrigated, in Israel as well, and Spain declares that brackish water is also used for irrigation here. We also have a number of crops that are being irrigated with brackish water in Ukraine. So we can see that again, alfalfa stands us out and barley as the crops that are being irrigated with brackish water, and then the wheat also comes up. Then we go to the groundwater monitoring, so the water part of our survey. And we see that most of the countries have a groundwater monitoring system. Here we also have an example for the European Union countries. There is an EU Water Framework Directive that basically obligates the member states to set up the monitoring network with certain parameters that need to be measured. Of course, it doesn't apply to all the countries in the region, but in principle, all of them monitor their groundwater resources. When we look at the drainage systems, again, there's a number of different options used across the region. So we have surface drainage as one of the common ones, and also subsurface drainage with the buried pipes drains being quite common across the region. A few countries look into the subsurface drainage being the deep open drains, for example, Italy, and controlled drainage is also used sometimes, for example, in the Netherlands, which is quite a low-lying country. Then we look into the leaching practices. Here we can see that flooding is practiced sometimes. We can also have a sprinkler leaching practices being common in the region. And finally, drip coming up as well. Some countries do not perform leaching, and we can see that for Germany and Hungary as well. Now, a few overarching conclusions. If I can sum it up in 2 words, is that more data is needed and some consistency as well. Because basically each country in the region uses different methods, different measurement techniques, different indicators. There are some common clusters, so either countries follow the FAO guidelines, sometimes they follow the US Salinity Lab, sometimes the national requirements, but in general, we can state that more harmonization would be helpful to indeed measure and monitor salt-affected soils. Well, we can also see that different indicators could be used, but this again goes into the harmonization. So I think I will stay with this message. Thank you very much for looking into this presentation. And if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them as well.
Thank you, Dr. Megat, for your information. I will keep a look on the report of Spain because I did it personally with one of the formulae and for sure we use electromagnetic methods and others. So I will keep track of what's happening with this info, because during the field discussion you will have the opportunity to use one of this device that it is a bit old. It is, we are using this about 20 years, but other teams as well in Spain. So that's just for make perfection of the report if you. So well, the floor is open for questions or remarks. Yes, could you come identify yourself?
Hello to everyone. It's my honor to be with you today. My name is Georgios Kalaitis. Teaching staff in the Hellenic Mediterranean University, Crete. My field has to do mostly to the irrigation. Then to that's somehow in fact with salinity. And also, I'm also working in some sustainable project of food waste. And I have to compare your remarks and your conclusion with the same problem that we face in the food waste. In 2016, the auditors of the European Union faced the problem of the different measures of accounting the food waste in all European countries. So they advised all states and mostly the European Commission to find a common rule in order to solve the problem. In 2019, also, that's even though the European Union made this and announced a delegation for a common measuring of food waste, suggesting 6 different ways, and all other ways will be acceptable from if someone decides so. And 6 is the official ways of measuring, and all the others that will be provided. So now we have facing the same problem in salinity. Can we force the European Commission to make not the same, to make a delegation of a common measuring, but not with this idea of multiple ways and multiple proportions, or we enforce them to make something, and finally we will see the delegation that declare will provide and give 4, 5, 6, 7 different measures.
Thank you very much. That's an interesting comment and question, I believe. And I think that indeed this is a big issue and it's a process. And I think it's starting on the European scale and in many countries, actually both in parallel. For many national policies, the need for integrated salinity regulations is being spotted, and there are more and more of them coming up. Similar for the European regulations. I think it's a matter of time, but I believe that if we express the need more and more, we can make this process go faster. Hopefully, it will be similar as for the waste policy, that at some point in time there will be movement. And indeed, it can be tricky because there are different systems, so it will be hard to choose one to follow. However, I believe that at some point of time we can also have a bigger discussion on the forum.
Is it possible for the network to propose a measuring that will be common for everyone and will be applied to the needs of starting from Europe and then continue to the other continents?
Thank you for that question as well. I believe that FAO can provide guidelines, non-binding guidelines, but I would like to also ask the chair to follow up with this question.
Well, we are, how to say, our status is voluntary membership, and well, we have the background on the FAO of this technical network. So we have no official link with nobody. It is like a professional association that it is even but after our works, for sure we can make recommendations, and this will be done at the end of the meeting. taking all remarks and questions that have been done and answered. And later we will encourage our members to convey these reports to the government. So it is we are a technical panel.
So it's a challenge also for us.
Yes,
To
yes.
provide these ideas to the stakeholders.
Well, it is a complex issue, as you know. It is, the most difficult part is moving the technical solutions to the politicians and decision makers. But we have this, how to say, wish, not aim, but wish. And because after that, this is a technical network of the FAO, and so some of the reports appear with the FAO support. I think that it is more feasible that some politicians now, but they are very concerned about they will take some of these ideas. But we do our best, but it is out of our possibilities. Yes, yes. Thank you. And it could be good if any of you that have concrete concern, you can make this written, because words are a bit volatile and interpretation could be. So you can give your ideas by written, and other participants of the network as well. We will be glad to make them distill them and to make incorporate into the conclusions of the meeting. Yeah. Thank you for your.
I would also like to tell our participants online that now there's in parallel the meeting of Sustain ongoing, where most of the participants from Europe, so there are 35 or 40 countries of Europe present there that representative of this country, and I think so they cannot join here as to discuss in more detail the regional assessment, but as soon as Kate is managing both of these. So she's managing the regional assessment and also the Sustain network. So I think that they can address all the issues that were raised by your report on this week. Yeah.
It's a big excuse. It's a pity that now we have elections, European elections for deputies in a few weeks. Okay. And it is, I think that they now are concerned with the mechanism for the elections, and they will not have now any new ideas for it. Well, but let's drop information to them. And finally, one drop that is constant, maybe it can make a hole in the rock.
That's a very good comment, dear Chair, because indeed next week we are meeting, next month we're meeting in Brussels twice to check how we can actually access European policymakers, how we can encourage them and lobby for the changes that we find important in the European legislation. Of course, it's important to know that that refers to the European Union region, which is also only a part of our Europe plus Eurasia region. However, at least there we can try to start this dialogue and see what people think. From my experience, it's also a process that takes few years. What really helps are the policy briefs, so short and easy ways to communicate with the policymakers, because a lot of them don't have time to look in the long technical reports. They need a few pages of a briefing to know what we think and what is really important. But I believe that this is an important process to start, and hopefully both INSAS and Sustain can participate in that. In a moment where I will go back to the other room, also to join the Sustain network, we'll better discuss the soil and water interactions, including the harmonization and regulations. I hope that we started this process, and we will perhaps not walk fast, but we will walk together, and this is also an important step.
Thank you very much. Just to give you some hope, there's now very successful initiatives of this COST and INSAS meetings, But there are also other committees working now on the, for example, soil health indicators that will be directly presented in the Global Soil Partnership Plenary Assembly that will be next week. And as well, there are other initiatives of how to say defining hazards in the International Union of Soil Sciences. So now it is a real concern about these issues, and actually even in the European Union, because well, we know maybe there are other initiatives, but we living here know that in close way. There is over the table a law that is the natural lands restoration. And it is very controversial because it affects agriculture. I don't know if you know now that European agricultors are claiming because of different causes. I'm not a representative of them, but some of these aspects are very complex because there are interested people, for example, farmers, but we have a political agricultural common agricultural policy in the European Union, but this seems to be crashing a bit with the 2030 agenda. And it is a big discussion because, well, just to give you an idea, farmers are selling under the price that they pay for producing in some cases. So it is not fair if you pay 20 cents for a kilo of this to the farmer and you find in the supermarket by €2.50. So something is happening. The farmers are with demonstration and claiming, and so it is a big difficulty because it is economies of your economy, and as well there is environmental concern. There are policies. There are how to say strategic plans. So it is a big complex. And the most that I think that we can do is just give technical support for decision makers and voting what we think that it is the best for the Thank you, Dr. Hedegaard, for your presentation and report. And
thank you very much. It was a pleasure.
And well, we understand that you must move to your meeting, and so thank you again.
Maybe we can take a break now. So we don't have time for the next one.
Well, I think that we arrived to the time for the coffee break. And with permission of the next speaker, that is Dr. Ahmad Nahar, we will move for this. And so we kindly ask the online participants to meet us again at 11:30. So thank you very much. See you later.
There is a problem. There is a problem.
Hello, dear colleagues. We have started the technical session devoted to the reports regarding the status and management of self-affected soils. And I would like to introduce to Professor Dr. Raúl Lavado. Raúl, are you there?
Hi, good morning.
Well, hello. Thank you. And well, Professor Dr. Raúl Lavado is from the University of Buenos Aires and the CONICET, that is the Research Institute of National in Argentina, and will present the regional assessment of status for the management in Latin America and the Caribbean. So, dear Professor Raúl Lavado, the floor is yours.
Okay. Good morning, all. I will thinking that the questionnaires I received were very few. I received only 4 questionnaires,
And I try to synthesize this in the report. And I think that would be better to read the results in the report. And now I will present you why a situation of soil science, soil salinity in South America and Caribbean. Oh. Okay. Latin America and the Caribbean is a geographical entity which is from the...
Excuse me, Professor. Could you put your presentation in full screen mode, please?
Okay, thank you. That's okay. Well, I said that the Latin America and Caribbean is a geographical entity very, very large, which extends from the Rio Grande, North America, to Tierra del Fuego in the south, near the Antarctic. The region is, of course, very heterogeneous and include several countries with very different culture, very different natural resources and economies, and size and language and difference between all of us. However, we have some common situations. We have several climates and several ecosystems, and then this means that we have several agriculture, livestock, and forest activities of different kinds, from the tropical to cold crops, for instance, are cultivated in the region. Meanwhile, some countries have food problems. The whole continent is food exporter. We export tropical fruit like chocolate or coffee or sugar or temperate cereals like soybean, maize, wheat, fruit, cold and tropical like ananas or pineapples or apples. And also we export animal products like milk or meat directly. Then this is a very interesting because the continent is different to others, food exporter in general, of course. The saline soils were studied very intensive in the region from 1960 to 1980. In that time, was the whole continent was subjected to the installation of several irrigation areas, and the problems were the salinization of those areas, and the researchers at that time applied the methods and the ideas of the United States Salinity Laboratory of Riverside. Then the research languished, and in the last years gained a new momentum, a new intensity of research, especially in Brazil, Mexico, and Argentina. We study now different things than the subject studied 40, 50 years ago, or 60 years ago. And now we have a very strong research activity, which is measured with the quantity of publications, research publication we have done in the last years, and also in the books published in the region. We have books written in English, in Spanish, or in Portuguese, and in Portuguese. And also, I have to say that in the region, we have two societies devoted exclusively to salt-affected soils, located one in Brazil and the other in Argentina. The area covered by salt-affected soils in South America came from primary or secondary salinization. The primary salinization occurs in arid zones in humid areas, and in marshes. We have a mixed situation in tropical areas, in which we have a mix of primary and secondary salinization. We have also secondary salinization in irrigated areas, and now in the last years, because of deforestation. Salt-affected soils in arid zones are very common in Bolivia, northern Chile, and Argentina, Peru, Mexico, and other countries. The ecosystem are subjected to grazing by sheep, goats, cattle, and also South American camelids. And the area is also subjected to mining and oil extraction, which are sources of salt. The other area is the temperate, humid, and subhumid regions where sodic soils are established. This area have usually high groundwaters, and are very common in the Pampas region of Argentina. A third area with primary salinization are some coastal and swampy areas with saline acid soils, for example, found in Venezuela, Colombia, and other countries, especially in the tropical zone. And also, we have internal salt marsh in the continent. Among them was the Pantanal in southern Brazil, which is the largest wetland in the world. In tropical areas, in Brazil, Cuba, Venezuela, Colombia, Dominican Republic, and other countries, we have an interesting situation. Sometimes the rainfall is very, very high, thousands of millimeters per year, but concentrated in 1 or 2 months in the year. Then the most time the area is losing water by evapotranspiration, and then it's a strange situation, a not common situation for other latitudes to find these cases. And those areas usually have shallow soils, shallow groundwater. The groundwater is bad quality, and the activity of the man have degraded the areas, and the salinization is widespread, and in some cases are desertification also. The most common soil salinization, secondary salinization, occurs in irrigated areas, especially in arid and semi-arid zones. Those are located mainly in Mexico, Peru, Chile, and Argentina, where those irrigated agriculture is practiced. Usually, as in other parts of the world, the problem is not efficient use of the water and poor drainage. And in some cases, water quality is very bad, but not common. And the most recent human-induced salinization is the problem of deforestation and cultivation, which move or change the hydrological balance. That means that an area which was in one equilibrium or balance between evapotranspiration and rainfall, this is broken when the forest is down and crops are started to be cropped, and usually the groundwater rise and finally reach the soil, and the soil becomes saline. This problem is similar to the dryland salting process, which found very common in Australia and some parts of North America. The research in the area is very interesting because we can give to the world some new experiences in areas which are not exclusive of our continent, but our continent are present in very, very large areas. One of them is Northeast Brazil, which present as I told you some seconds before, high temperature extremely rain and drought and soil salinity soils, the area is known as Caatinga, and it is subjected to deforestation. And the second is the Argentinian Pampas, which is a large lowland with soil affected by periodical floods and also have exchangeable sodium in excess. Soil with nitric soil predominate. And the natural vegetation is a monotonous grassland, a tall grassland, and usually is devoted to cattle husbandry. In northern Brazil, some agricultural strategies to managing soil and water is being developed. For instance, cropping systems, the use of saline water mixed with good water, studies about the halophytes, salt-tolerant crops, fertilization. Those kind of management are very, very common. And studies in experimental station and university. One special thing I will focus is a technological strategy developed in northern Brazil for impoverished or poor peasants. The idea is based first in the desalinization of the brackish water. It is done by small equipment given by the government to the farmers. And they obtained in that way good water used to produce watermelons for export. And the brine remain of the process is used to raise fish in ponds. Once the fish is efficient and sold or used by the farmers themselves, the remain of the water is separated between the water and the waste material within the water. The waste material is used for fertilization of the soil, and the brine water is used to irrigate salt-tolerant vegetables, and also salt-tolerant forage for small ruminants. Then they follow the cycle, eating the fish, eating the meat of the ruminants, and of course getting money selling the watermelons. And this is a system especially done for poor people, and it's very interesting, very effective. The other area of studies in northern Brazil is the use of phytoremediation. They are studying the use of a triplex mummularia, and also have situation already used, sometimes alone or water intercropping with other species, and of them even perennial species. And other front of research is the biosaline agriculture, which is done sometimes with local species. I am giving some the name of the genera. It's other area of research very interesting. In Argentina, the most active research is around the management of the water, means not irrigation, but the natural water. That is to manage the balance between evapotranspiration and rainfall. The idea is to balance the salts down in the soil, the salts down in the soil, in the subsoil, and not to change the soil, but to allow them to produce more biomass for the cattle, especially. And those subjects are complemented by management of the grassland. See, for instance, this picture about grain management, the difference between those kind of system of grazing and some hydrological management of the area. introduction of new plants, fertilization, and experiment with some species very adapted to that soil. One special and particular thing I have to say are the megathermic grasses. Megathermic grasses are grasses, tropical grasses, grown naturally in Africa or in tropical America, which usually the technicians and the professionals and the researchers thought that it was impossible to grow it or them in temperate areas in which the winter sometimes reach below zero. But one farmer tried those grasses and they grow perfectly in the area, and now are very interesting expand uses of these grasses, megathermic grasses, in this region. Other research front in the area are not related directly to the soil, but to the study of native species adapted to saline soils, and then to make breeding of them, improve them to produce cultivars grown natural with agricultural techniques. For example, road grass, Melilotus albus, etc. And also using biotechnology, some species like some soybean has been introduced in the with salt resistance. The area subjected to deforestation and salinization is now studied with, for instance, making forest fractionation and changing cropping system and so on. These are a new area of research. And then we can go to the most common process of salinization, which is the irrigated areas in arid zones. These are very common around the world, and South America is not far from other countries or other continents, and we have maybe between 30 to 50%, sometimes less, or sometimes more, areas salinizated or alkalinizated because of the irrigation in arid zones. Usually the problems are the lack of drainage, water, bad quality, or wrong or primitive system of irrigation. Now, finishing my talk, I will say something about the FAO on map of salt-affected soils in the area. You know, the FAO and UNESCO prepared a soil map of the world 40 or 50 years ago. And now, in South America, with the support of FAO technicians, all the systems of the soil survey, the institution of the area, so the Latin America and Caribbean, except two countries, join together and standardize the methods of analytical method, sampling method, and so on, and finally reach the map of saline soils and alkaline soils of Latin America. I can show you the map of Argentina. The depth, for instance, this is salinity. The depth is from 0 to 30 centimeters and 30 centimeters to 100 centimeters. And we have maps about electrical conductivity, ESP, and soil pH. All of them with those systems, 0 to 50 centimeters depth and 30 to 100 meters depth. It was standardized in all the area. Okay, this is as a summary. I would say that the area have natural saline soils, but the secondary salinization is increasing, which means problems, technical problems, economical problems, and social problems, as in other parts of the world. And the research is effected in two areas. which can add to the world knowledge, new knowledge, how to manage these salts. Those are tropical areas and temperate flat areas with excess of water and salt. Thank you very much. And I say that those people I mentioned are giving me some information for this talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Lavado, for your presentation. That is, I know that it is fruit of your long trajectory on research on the international exchange of information. And well, it was a really nice, how to say, insight about the problems and the management in different countries. And just I would like to ask you, did you find collaboration enough to make passed on the questionnaires to make a synthetic report of all this info? Because this is what we are interested for the preparing the report of the assessment and status on management of affected soils. It was possible for you to make this report in a synthetic way.
Excuse me, but I listen very, very bad. I have no good reception.
So congratulations for your long trajectory in research and for this excellent presentation about the problems on salinity in Latin America. And besides that, well, we are trying to make the report of the different problems in different areas of the world. And then your information is very complete, but it's very dense. And I wonder if did you find collaboration enough through the questionnaires for making possible to synthesize that in some tables and regarding the different aspects that were asked in the forums, that formula.
Well, I have no time to show the questionnaires and the results. I had to read to see them.
You have this ready there now at hand?
No, I know that, but I have not here with me at that moment.
Okay. Well, thank you anyway, and I open the floor for the participants in person or in online to make remarks or questions to the presentation of Professor Lavado. Dear participants by Zoom, do you have any question?
Yeah, I can mention.
Yes.
Yeah, so I just wanted to comment that the regional assessment of Latin America and Caribbean was prepared by Professor Lavado. So in the same format. So and it will be also published along with other regional assessments. So everything is following the same approach. It's ready for publication. So thank you.
Great. I think that it was very, how to say, even more than requested this presentation. So I congratulate you for this presentation, Raúl. And I'm sorry that you were not able to meet us here in person because it will be our, we have been pleased to. But anyway, thank you for your contribution through.
Okay, excuse me because I missed this need of presentation, and also excuse me for my bad English.
Well, please raise hands who is British here. So I will not see no hands.
Okay, see you. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Raúl. Nos hubiera gustado tenerte aquí, pero gracias por tu contribución.
Okay, gracias.
Yes. Bye bye. So now we move to the next presentation. Dr. Ahmad Mahar from the General Commission for Scientific Agricultural Research of Zulia. Will present the regional assessment on status and management of Middle East and North Africa. So, Dr. Ahmad Mahar, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to thank you for inviting me to present this report of regional report of MENA region. So in my presentation, I will talk about the status of measurement, mapping, and monitoring, as it was mentioned in the questionnaires. So we will follow the same structure as is needed. Status of sustainable management, status of land, crop and plant production in self-affected environment, status of sustainable water management in saline, and conclusion. The state of soil in the new region is a pressing concern due to the profound impact on food security, rural livelihood, and ecosystem. In this exploration of the status of affected soil in the MENA region, so we distributed a questionnaire, and only 10 countries has replied to it, including Egypt, the Islamic Republic of Iran, Lebanon, Libya, Syrian Arab Republic, Tunisia, Republic of Yemen, Algeria, Kuwait, and the United Arab Emirates. So if we look at the table, we will see that there is a lot of missing data. However, we will recognize that two countries had a very, very big areas, Islamic Republic of Iran and Sudan. However, it is around 35% in Sudan and 55% in Iran. At the same time, if we look at Kuwait, so we will see that 38% of the territory is already salinized. And in the United Arab Emirates, it's around 22%. If we look about the area of Subics, we have a lot of missing data. So that we are trying to contact all the scientists from these regions to complete this data. The status of measurement, if you look at the chemical method, we will recognize that there is different methods used in different countries. For example, electrical EC in saturated base extract, it's used in all countries. It's common for all except Libya. 1:1 extra ratio for soil water in Kuwait, Libya, and Syria. 1 to 2.5 in Kuwait, Lebanon, Sudan, and Syria, and Yemen. 1 to 5, Algeria, Kuwait, and Sudan, and Tunisia. Totals, of course, soluble salts is all countries, but Algeria and United Arab Emirates. Total dissolved solids, Algeria, Egypt, and Tunisia. The content of soluble sodium, Iran, the Islamic Republic, and Tunisia. As you see, there is no harmony between about the method of determining EC across the region. Yes, there is two methods. If you see EC extracted, saturated paste extract, and the total dissolved and the total soluble salts. So this method needs to be harmonized, and hopefully in the future we will work in this harmonization through INSAS reports. Regarding the chemical method of soil acidity, we will see that all countries they use AESP. In the region, only Arab Emirates. The Arab Emirates usually they use SAR, sodium SAR, sodium absorption ratio (SAR). It's common for all countries. The morphological method is only used in Tunisia. So in this aspect, we see there is some harmonization that we can introduce ASP to Emirates also to be done there. Method of determination of extraction sodium. So we see we have four methods. The first step was salt removal. We will see it's used in Algeria, Egypt, Iran, Kuwait, Libya, and Yemen. However, without self-movement, it's used in the Islamic Republic of Iran, Lebanon, Sudan, and Yemen. Without self-movement, with two steps, Lebanon, Syria, and Tunisia. ESP calculation comes out only in the United Arab Emirates. We see here also we need to interact for harmonization. Method of pH, we see that extract of saturated pest is used in all countries except Algeria and Libya. 1:1, Islamic Republic and Libya. 1:2, Iran and Tunisia. 1:2.5, Algeria, Egypt, Lebanon, and Yemen. 1:5, Algeria, Islamic Republic of Iran, Syria, and Tunisia. Total alkalinity of alkaline ions is used in Libya, Sudan, and Syria. pH in saturated soil pest without extraction is in Iran and Kuwait. So here also I think we need to harmonize this method among the countries of the region. If we talk about saline and sulfur classification based on the questionnaire, it was found that the American classification of Richard 54, it is a common one, and the system adapted by FAO is the most suitable for salt-affected soils classification in the region. However, the threshold used for classification differentiated from one country to another, from 2 to 4. And some of them, they use both of this. Regarding soil acidity, we will see that the use of more than 15% exceeding sodium is the most used in the region. The only exception is Egypt. They use more than 13. The Islamic Republic uses the threshold of more than 10 of ESP and 13 of sodium absorption ratio, SAR. While Sudan and Tunisia, if you see, implement 13, more than 13 SAR and more than 15 exchangeable ESP, exchangeable sodium portion. So also, you see, if we cross among these countries, there is some differentiation between some differences between these countries. So it's very worth to work on harmonization. Soil salinity and acidity mapping in the region, conventional, usually there is not very modernized method they use. They use conventional method include soil sampling, description, analysis, additionally some GIS tools, and generate rated maps and a digital mapping approach. Employ remote sensing somewhere in the region. It is recognized across the region there is a lack of standardized protocols of this process. Regarding the depth of maps, so we will recognize that in Lebanon they use 0.25 and 30 centimeters. Islamic Republic they use 100 centimeters. Algeria 0.30. Syrian Arab Republic, Tunisia, the depth is set of 150. The United Arab Emirates is 0.25 centimeters and 150. Sudan with depths of 0.30 and 30 to 100. Egypt used the depths of 0.30 and 30-60, 60-90, and also and up to 150 centimeters. However, there is a lack of information of mapping method and the depth in the other countries of the region. If we look at the scale of maps, that we will recognize that there is a lack of information, and there are some they use. For example, in Algeria and Egypt, we don't have any information. In Islamic Republic of Iran, they use 100 to 250,000 or 1 to 2 million. Lebanon This is mostly in the local, not in the national scale. In the cropland, for example, it's used, for example, in Lebanon, in Libya, in United Arab Emirates, the different scales, and in Yemen. So, but it is not international scales. Unfortunately, it is in local scales. Soil salinity and salinity monitoring system widely implemented in the most of the countries in the region. Also, the necessity of such system is acknowledged. Only few countries have local monitoring systems. Sudan, there is a local, they have local monitoring system for salinity and salinity and acidicity in the area in the areas born of these issues. Islamic Republic has a strategic plan for agriculture soil monitoring is in the place, managed by the Soil and Water Research Institute of Iran. Egypt, they have a local monitoring system for soil analysis is strategically focused. United Arab Emirates, there is the national soil monitoring system. At the Abu Dhabi Soil Quality Monitoring Program operating locally in Abu Dhabi. Tunisia, soil salinity and salinity are monitored at local level by national research centers. In Syria and Arab Republic, monitoring systems are recognized for large irrigation projects only. The practice employed for saline and sodic soils, it is, as we see, regarding the evaporation and techniques, so it's used in Kuwait, it's used in all countries except Kuwait and Libya. Topsoil removal, it's used in the is not common for Lebanon, it's not used in Lebanon, Tunisia, and the United Arab Emirates and Yemen, and while it is intensively used in Iran and Islamic Republic. Enhancing soil structure are constantly developed across all survived countries except the United Arab Emirates. FAO-GSP, Egypt is the only country. However, in some part of Islamic of Iran, compost and FAO-GSP is used. Deployment implemented intensively by Libya, Sudan, Syria, and Arab Republic. This method is advised in Islamic Republic of Iran according to the soil type and status. Chemical amelioration is widely used in Egypt, Islamic Republic of Iran, Sudan, Syria, and Tunisia. Hopefully you are not worried about this statistics. Salt reclamation are very common in different countries like Islamic Republic of Iran, Sudan, Syrian Arab Republic, Yemen, and United Arab Emirates. Crop system management distributed across multi-countries, including Egypt, Iran, Lebanon, Libya, Sudan, and the Arab and Syrian Arab Republic and Syria. Crop adaptation, Egypt and the Islamic Republic of Iran, Lebanon, Libya, and Sudan, Syrian Arab Republic, and the United Arab Emirates deployed a strategy for crop adaptation, including utilizing of herbicides and non-conventional crops, breeding and genetic engineering, as well as herbicide. Agroforestry, we recognize that Sudan is the only country that implements these techniques. Desalination of irrigation water, the method is uniquely utilized only mostly in the United Arab Emirates. If we look at indicator of sustainable soil management, so we will see that it's employed for assessment exhibit variable across the region, which is distinct practice in different countries. Egypt, Islamic Republic of Iran, and Lebanon adhere this indicator outlined in the protocol of assessment of sustainable soil management of FAO and ITPS 2021. This encompasses parameters like soil productivity, organic carbon content, pulp density, and soil respiration rate. The Islamic Republic of Iran and Sudan and the United Arab Emirates adopt broader array of indicators. extending beyond the FAO recommendation. It's not, if we talk about state of sustainable management of South Africa, it's necessary deficiency of policy of governing the management of South African soil. An exception is observed in the United Arab Emirates, where policies specifically target soil management, particularly SSM, and being established by EAD like 2019. The absence of policies often resulted in lack of dedicated governmental bodies focused on this critical issue. Exception where proactive effort was being undertaken is in Egypt, Islamic Republic of Iran, Syrian Arab Republic, and United Arab Emirates and Tunisia. The state organizations have been responsible for addressing this issue. Legislation among survived countries. Only 5 countries has some legislation. Islamic Republic of Iran, Kuwait, Libya, Syrian Arab Republic, and the United Arab Emirates. Extension services in the MENA region, this vital extension service has gained widespread prevalence in the majority of the countries, except Libya, and are thoughtfully distributed geographically. If we look at the services that extension services can give to the farmers, we will recognize that training about the management of South African soil is very distributed. The interpretation of soil analysis, irrigation water and groundwater analysis is very distributed. And the recommendation on self-affected soil management also, and so on. So there's a lot of practices that are implemented by extension services across the region. So it's good operating, but I think it should be improved somehow. Use of crops of crop yield resulting in soil consolidation and acidification. Data from 5 countries was given. Lebanon, approximately 1,500 hectares have been impacted, spanning the coastal region, where greenhouse production prevalence and in the semi-arid northern sector of Antiqa. United Arab Emirates, there are 58,916 hectares, accounting in instance where soil EC exceeded 4 decimals. Islamic Republic of Iran landscape has been impacted for more severely and with estimated of 6.8 million hectares of cropland, irrigated land, grappling with soil salinity issues. In comparison, additional 0.5 million hectares contend with the challenge of soil acidity. Tunisia, a total of cropland is 1,500 1.5 million hectares. However, no information about what is the situation there. Yemen is considerably impacted by incest around 500,000 of hectares of cropland succumbing to soil salinity. If we look at the crops mostly cultivated across the region, it will recognize that barley and sorghum, it's the most. And somehow, if we see there is halophyte also, but it's not very common. And the other for example, rice is not very common for our region. Mostly in Egypt it is cultivated, but in the other countries it is not. So maybe we can introduce somehow some other crops for that could be cultivated in self-affected soil in the future. Indicator used for crops, there is always different. Yesterday we saw that the crop salinity, when we talk about salinity and the use of monosalt for affecting the stress of salinity, I think it's not correct. I think because usually in the nature we have mixture of salt. We don't have monosalinity, for example, the sodium chloride or something. So I think we need to collaborate with the crop scientists to introduce our insight in this area. The core soil parameters assessed by the crop scientists in the MENA region countries for cultivating plants are similar to those assessed in the other regions, offer essential insight and request information and data for sustainable management of salt-affected soils. Sudan rely on comprehensive set of parameters, including electrical conductivity, pH, GSP, and SAR, as well as soluble cations and anions, such as sodium, potassium, calcium, and magnesium, and anions like chloride, bicarbonate, carbonate, and sulfate, and calcium carbonate equivalent. Yemen approaches involving cultivating salt-tolerant crops like barley, okra, sesame, and alfalfa, tailored to the unique soil conditions. Algeria concentrates its assessment primarily in EC and pH. Libya approach is have similar approach to Algeria. EC and pH induced an additional layer by incorporating bicarbonate, the carbonate contained. Egypt focusing on the focus extends to yield production, fruit weight, bunch weight, seed weight, flesh weight, indicating emphasize on the quantifiable crop outcomes. After we talk about the models of crop response on soil salinity, so deployment of such models is a practice observed in only 4 countries: in Islamic Republic of Iran, Lebanon, Libya, Sudan. Majority of surveyed countries do not respond to the regarding the utilization of crop response models for assessment impact on soil salinity and crop yield. If we talk about water management, so across the region, the most irrigation system used or method of irrigation used across the region is flood irrigation, furrow irrigation, sprinklering, and drip irrigation. If we talk about area of irrigated farmland and exposure to soil salinity, the following countries give this data. Islamic Republic of Iran, 6.8 million hectares. Tunisia, irrigated area is around 500,000 hectares. Libya is around 610,000 hectares. Lebanon, around 113,000 hectares. United Arab Emirates, 246 and 797 hectares. Syrian Arab Republic is around more than 1 million hectares. Republic of Yemen is around 500,000 hectares. Egypt around 3 million hectares. Irrigation water quality monitoring. Many countries within the region choose brackish water for irrigation. Also, scientists about the extent of land irrigation using this type of water remain lacking. In Egypt, brackish water is used, but no data about it. Libya, Sudan, and Tunisia have confirmed of their non-use of this brackish water for irrigation. It is, of course, by the insight of the questionnaires. Regarding the regulation governing irrigation using brackish water, so the Syrian Arab Republic was the only country with the stringent framework. Of course, we need to it is through unverified by questionnaire. Algeria and the United Arab Emirates lack information on such regulation, and other countries indicate an absence of such regulation. Some crops, as we see, some crops that use brackish water. We have barley, we have alfalfa, and sorghum. It's the same crops that can be cultivated in the saline environments. Strategy implemented for counteract soil salinity. Algeria uses enhanced drainage system. Islamic Republic of Iran employs comprehensive approach in combating the development of irrigation system, drainage networks, optimizing leaching approach, deep root plant cropping, refining irrigation management, and application of sand mulch and culture self-accumulation. We will focus on refining water population and irrigation practices. Lebanon has adapted practice of blending brackish water with the fresh water. Libya emphasized the establishment of drainage networks and enhanced irrigation management. The Syrian Arab Republic combined the development of drainage system and advanced irrigation management and the integration of fresh water. United Arab Emirates employed of blending brackish water with fresh water. The Republic of Yemen employed mixed approach involving infusion of fresh water, restricted usage of coarse structured soil and hydroponic. Egypt has adopted improved irrigation management through mixing saline with fresh water and improved drainage, using both traditional open drainage and pure experimental drain tile. If we look at criteria, so we will see that the most common one is water AC is the most used. In addition to SAR, it's the most used. If we look at the other criteria is not commonly used in all countries. So we need also to work in this direction to harmonize all the criteria. About monitoring our system of irrigation water, while brackish water is used widely within the countries, irrigation water monitoring systems are often not used, although there is agreement on their necessity. The only countries that implement the monitoring system are Egypt and the United Arab Emirates. The Islamic Republic of Iran and Egypt have following criteria for evaluating water quality for irrigation for purposes of total contained soluble, relative proportion of sodium, calcium, magnesium, SAR, residual sodium carbonate, and extensive concentration of elements that cause ionic imbalance in the plant or plant toxicity. Contribution of irrigation water quality to the soil salinity and acidity. The main factor of increasing soil salinity and acidity in the most countries of the region, including in the United Arab Emirates, there is an absent data. Libya considers the contribution of irrigation water quality in soil salinization is not significant, but not the significant, but not the leading one. Lebanon and Sudan reported the absence data about the contribution. Egypt, around 30 to 40% of the land of Nile Delta is sub-affected soil because it's irrigated area. Practice employed within the surveyed countries in the MENA region to enhance the quality of irrigation water primarily fall into two categories. Water desalinization, we can this practice in Iran, Kuwait, Tunisia, and the United Arab Emirates. It involves the process of removing salt and minerals from the water, making it suitable for irrigation. Water mixing is implemented in Egypt, Libya, Lebanon, Syria, the United Arab Emirates, and Yemen. Algeria and Sudan has confirmed absence of unspecific practices. Groundwater monitoring in Libya, the foundation of their groundwater monitoring mechanism is through the oversight of the monitoring wells. So they use wells. In Egypt, the principle of groundwater monitoring system were considered by applying genetic algorithm and the factorial kriging method for 9 variables, which is EC, TDS, chloride, sodium, calcium, magnesium, and sulfate, manganese, and iron. for optimal selection of the monitoring wells. Yemen, the General Authority of the Water Resources operating under the Ministry of Water and Environment bears the responsibility in executing groundwater monitoring activities through the network of monitoring wells. Effectiveness of considered irrigation system varies across the region. Algeria and Tunisia, this system covers entire area of actively shelled soil from salinization and solidification. In Egypt, around 30–40%, as mentioned. In Sudan, have been successfully implemented in the majority of irrigated region. In the other surveyed countries, there is a significant challenge with the performance. In Libya, the functionality of irrigation system faces a notable gap. But participatory water saving management and water culture in Lebanon, water culture heritage country report of 2008 revealed the majority of irrigation projects exhibit improper functionality. The Islamic Republic of Iran, Kuwait, and Syrian Arab Republic, there is limitation of information available about the reason behind the inadequate performance of irrigation systems. In the United Arab Emirates, there's no information has been provided. Any report about data concerning the status of its irrigation systems. Agri-hydrological models to evaluate water management salt affected soil. The utilization of this models is sparse. In Sudan, climate organism, relief, parent material age, and spatial location model assumed a prominent role operating of the national scale. In Egypt, they use Hydras 3D model simultaneously solves the transport problem in the soil volume and provide more realistic calculation of soil water distribution. In the Islamic Republic of Iran, the assessment of irrigation systems follow and depth were carried out in the system plane using Hydras 1 and 2 3D, Aquasi and Quasi 3D and modeling approach. Both Algeria and the Republic of Yemen has explicitly stated the lack of implementation such models. Furthermore, there is a notable absence of information regarding the utilization of such models in the other countries. National local water management scenarios were used. In Egypt, the Islamic Republic, in Iran, Libya, and Lebanon confirmed the presence of these scenarios in their respective context. A lack of information from Kuwait, Algeria, Syria, and the United Arab Emirates. Sudan, Tunisia, and Yemen stated the absence of such scenarios. Risk assessment were implemented using hydrological models of soil salinization has limited application in the region. Egypt and Tunisia are the only countries that use such models. If we look at drainage systems used in the countries, we will see there is surface drainage system is the most common. A little bit subsurface deep open drain, and subsurface and pure pipe is also not very common. Control drainage is not used, and many countries have not provided any data about this issue. Criteria of design, they use, of course, water table, the most of the and water parameters in general. Soil hydraulic and physical properties also used in different countries. Libya, United Arab Emirates, and Yemen has not provided any data. The leaching, mostly is the flooding and sprinkling is the most common in the region. However, drip irrigation is not used. Of course, it's not drip irrigation for leaching is not used, of course. In conclusion, so a lot of conclusion to speak about. We have a lot of things to do. Site affected sites have wide contribution across the MENA region, and according to the received information, most extent extended South African area occurred in Kuwait, 38%, and total country area. Different methods used for measuring soil salinity and salinity in the region. The most common method involved EC and saturated base following calculation of total soluble salts. Electromagnetic is unfortunately has very limited in the region. Majority of South African soil is not performed in most surveyed countries. Furthermore, further information is needed. The SSM of SAS is used in countries of the is used in the countries of the MENA region. However, there is no statistical available to understand its scales. Critical gap persists across the surveyed countries within the MENA region about the national assessment of field uses attributed to the soil salinity and salinity. Agrohydrological models have limited use across the region, and across surveyed countries, it's noticeable deficiency of policies governing the management of South African soil. So we need to work in this, inshallah, and we will convince countries to make it. Brackish water is used widely within the countries of the, however, irrigation monitoring systems are not used in the most countries. Also, it is a conscious that establishing of such monitoring is necessary. Let me also, I would like to acknowledge all the team that they respond to the questionnaire and review the report before submission. Thank you very much. I'm sorry for being too long and boring.
Well, you were long because the information was dense as well. And I congratulate all those reporters that were committed to show what is the picture in the area. And well, congratulations, you did an excellent work in synthesizing that. And I think that with so good a response, it was a big job. That. And well, sorry to know that in this area and in East and North Africa is so extensive the salinization. And well, I had the opportunity to speak in the centennial of soil science meeting, and then I was presenting, coming back to the first farmers and the people that established in the Eden between Euphrates and Tigris. Now it seems that if we were able to destroy the Eden, it is a very bad start. And but well, I think that in these areas, the researchers and responsibles are very committed, and that's why such membership of their work is a good number of this area, and as well I see that people participated in the. So I think that this makes easier to extend knowledge and also to tell others how to do things, and hopefully, yeah. And you pointed out that maybe the use of some new technologies, well, new, yes, they have to be. So there's modeling and there's electromagnetic, yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have any data from Iraq, for example, from Saudi Arabia, from Morocco, where the salinity is very distributed, and they have a lot of big areas of salinity, and their experience in this field is very, very high. So we would like them and invite them to contribute and to update and to send data, and or even the countries that they have responded to the questionnaires. It will be great if they update us with the new data and conclude the data they have given. Yeah.
They said in Oman. They said in Oman. The Oman.
Also Oman, they didn't respond. Jordan, they didn't respond. We don't know why, but we all the questionnaires were distributed to all the experts from these countries. But unfortunately, we didn't get any response. So the response that, all response that we achieved that we presented in the report.
Well, consider this as first approach, and this, I think that for next call, some aspects will be more detailed and people that know that this is a fact, that the threat will appear, that they may be more willing to cooperate and participate. So I think that, well, first that should be published, but it is a very good start and this makes a promising future for that.
One comment.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So I wanted to add one comment about this table that you presented about the extension services. So actually the original question was, what is most demanded by the farmers from the extension services? And there we can see that everything is demanded. Yes, the question was not what they provide, but what farmers want. So we wanted to understand what farmers want in this country from the extension services, and from the table we can see that they want everything, so they're interested in this all sort of information.
Exactly. Actually, as you know, that we send the questionnaire to the people from different countries, and as they replied, so we presented. That's why I'm sure you are right.
Well, I find that, sorry, because I will make another comment because I'm living not far from this area, in the Mediterranean, so we have similar problems in some sense. And well, there are several aspects that we can consider as well. First is this, what we call virtual water, the amount of water that is needed to produce things. For example, a bad example was in Spain, trying to irrigate corn by sprinkler, and in France and Germany grows just with rainfall. Yeah? And well, so because we saw along the Mediterranean south has desiccated and salinized because agriculture side by side, and so it is a problem. And I wonder if the world understand that. Okay, I will make an exaggeration. So let's think that warming makes that northern countries can have the temperature and water to produce some of the, but they do not have a photoperiod, and this will not change, never. So this even if tropical climate will be in Siberia, they will never have photoperiod to grow some of the crops. So it is a mandatory, and it is a big hazard for the areas producing some of the adapted crops. And I think that this, in my opinion, should be highlighted to the.
Yeah, let me give you one example. For in the winter time, we have a new pattern of precipitation of rain in Syria, for example. So we started the season in September, and it will take months and months of rain. Now we have it's already late on November, in October, November, and it will be coming like 2-3 days of rain, and later 2-3 weeks of sunny time. And this is affect all the agriculture in my country, and even in the region. I think it's the same. Moreover, we have heavy rains, not as usual. It's a small, very nice rain. No, we have very, very heavy rain, and we have a lot of water surface and flows and a lot of things. So we lose a lot of water by this, because all this water will be flowed to the sea. Simply, especially when you don't have any regulation in the basin in your countries. For example, in Syria, we have some Badia one. It's the most unregulated, for example. So when we have this kind of rain, so this water will be will be flooding, just to make flooding, to make a lot of losses, a lot of things. So I think we need to regulate, but however, we need to also to take in consideration some kind of environmental issues, because when you do water harvesting and water distribution, so you will affect also the natural biodiversity. So that this all together should be taken in consideration. Moreover, about we have also the new concept is water productivity. As you mentioned, that we need to think not about area productivity, land soil productivity, we think about water, because the most scarce now in our region, especially, it's a water. So if we will think about virtual, so we need to think about the amount of water on its productivity. So we need to think about varieties that less consuming water and so on.
And as I will thinking, how to say, in a projective way, we at the European Union, we have a common agricultural policy that makes surprise for persons that are not aware of details. And you will see during the field discussion. For example, it is agreed that the amount of butter, milk, wine, wheat, it is regulated. And every year it is agreed the amount of every country should produce. And if you produce more, you get penalty because of the market price goes down, and so farmers do not get this. Well, so I wonder if some kind of agreement could be possible in the, for example, for the Mediterranean area to agree some of the, to make rational this kind of, yeah. This is a wish. Our colleague from Greece is more than smiling with his face, laughing because of it.
You know, there are national benefits, that playing roles in every this international and regional alliance and collaboration.
Do you want to give your point, or
Yeah, welcome.
Welcome, please.
Yes.
You have a benefit to be European, in the same time to have the same climate condition like Africa. So I cannot say something more that our colleagues said now, because that's true in reality. Many times we try to enforce people, and because, as I told you, I'm investing in my articles is now is in water management. We try to say how to say climate change. We have to start thinking all those things you said, and I will give you two examples. First of all, because of the European politics in management, in general, water project is not very far is funded by the private sector because it doesn't give profit back. In the same time, all countries have stopped invest in this kind of projects. In the same time, the climate is changing. As Ahmed told us, we have a lot of rainings in a short time, and we have not prepared ourselves with big irrigation dams. We try to say that we have to change what we are protect. For instance, have you ever tasted the very tasteful Cretan avocado? We change our agricultural production from seeds to avocado. Very nice fruit, okay, great climatic condition increase for avocado, but you need the double or triple find the water as you needed before. And not more than that, but the regional government and the central government provide this kind of production because it's a local project that give it to other production all over Greece. And as you could see, the politics of European countries does not support the idea of the public sector to work on the water management.
Can I answer? You know, in some areas, in my country, for example, in different countries, we are scared of the private sector because water it's something critical for people and should be managed by government, especially. yes, we can give them the private sector, we give them some duty, some procedure, but the control of water resources should be governmental, because otherwise the private sector he has only commercial mentality, and he will start to also to use this and squeeze the people with water, I think.
It is something that we have to enforce the European Union in general and to write to the country that yes, you cannot wait new investments by the private sector in the field of water, because the water doesn't give profit back. So yes, we know that we have to invest on that. We have to spend money on that if we want to get money from other sectors. Unfortunately, the system in the European Union doesn't approve that. You said that happens in the Arab countries. And in the same, I'd like to ask, do the desalination system have been changed a lot? Because the new technology in membranes can give more water now with less money. Is this something that we have to think it as prepared for the new frame of working?
I think that here in this forum, well, we are presenting facts as the information was kindly provided, and so this is not the full scope for sure. And I think that it is not bad if we are, how to say, a bit dreamers in the sense of think tank of thinking about what are possible solutions and about that. But for sure we are limited in our action, but thinking is free, and a change of opinion, and that maybe somebody can get and put in practice. So this is my. So if you agree, we thank you very much, Dr. Ahmed. And so we will move to next speaker. That is. No, lunchtime is in half an hour, so we have time for Mr. Edward Barrett. Yeah. Yes, I think so.
Well, with a bit of clarification, we have seen there are, yes, we have seen there are some countries that they didn't receive the questionnaire or information, like Oman, Morocco, and the Jordan. So the presenter will come with the information from the participants or from those people in that country. So those information will be accommodated in the reports, or yeah, when they will submit the information, we've seen there are some countries that the countries which are missing. So actually, now as soon as the report is ready, and we are very interested to publish it as soon as possible. So we will not collect the information from the missing countries at the moment. So what we were discussing in our previous meeting in Tashkent, that we want to have this, let's say, assessment will be periodic. Actually, we can discuss now what should be the best, let's say, periodicity. Should it be 2 years, 5 years? 5 years seems to be realistic, I would say, but it should be a decision maybe of the INSAS network. What is the best way, how often we should repeat this assessment?
Actually, we have membership of 128 countries, but we do not have info from every of those countries. So it is based on willingness to contribute. And I think that maybe people did not realize that this will be finally a report. And I'm sure that for next round, people will be more committed. Yeah. And yeah, thank you. And Professor Edward Barrett from the Department of Primary Industry and Regional Development of Southern Australia. Did you recover from the lag?
Slightly.
Okay. Can you please present us the regional assessment on status and management of the Pacific area, please? So, Professor, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Before I,
This one is good. Sound is clean.
clean sound is good sound. Before I started, actually, I wanted to make a very brief comment on the previous discussion that we were having around the fact that rain-fed seasons are getting shorter and of more severe. This is also an experience in Australia, and the reason that I think this is really important in rain-fed environments, particularly rain-fed environments, is that it is not the salinity of the soil that affects crop growth. It's the salinity of the soil solution that affects crop growth. And if the soils are not being kept adequately hydrated through the rain, the salinity, even with the same EC in the soil, the salinity of the soil solution increases, and therefore the adverse effects on crop growth are more severe. And I think that we really need to be mindful of that as in thinking, particularly in rain-fed environments where we don't actually have a lot of control of water content in the soil. So I thought I would quickly add that. My job is to talk about salinity in the Pacific, and of course it's going to be mostly Australia, but I think that I downloaded this from the media this morning, The Guardian, talking about the Maldives having an existential threat from a climate crisis that did little to create. And this is the president of the Maldives actually wrote this article. And in thinking about the Pacific, I think it is good to be mindful of the fact that there are places in the Pacific where salinity is presenting an existential threat. It's going to have, climate change is going to have huge impacts on the Pacific. Salinity in the Pacific is largely undocumented, and in the same way that the Maldives has this crisis, so does a number of other Pacific nations. And I hope that as we go forward in thinking about doing this reassessment in 5 years, that we find ways of trying to capture much more of a sense of the Pacific, because it's an area which is facing an existential crisis. Okay, so in summary, regarding Australia, I think I want to say that many of Australia's soils are inherently saline, and the mapping of these is at coarse scale and probably is more representative of salinity risk rather than actual salinity. The most famous soil salinity survey in Australia that you referred to in your introductory remarks was really done at very coarse scale, and it was based on soil types and assessments of proportions of soil types that would be saline. In Australia, most of these soils are not regarded as being problematic by farmers because they're not used for agriculture, although some of them are, and I'll talk a little bit about that in a minute. Dryland salinity, or shallow water table induced salinity, has been of great concern to farmers, and it's caused, this as a stress has caused considerable fear in the farming community. But because it is rain getting into the environment that's caused this rising of water tables, climate change is actually decreasing this risk. But there is a huge area, largely undocumented, of salinity associated with soil acidity and alkalinity. This is often called in Australia transient salinity. It's a very bad name because it's not transient, it's permanent. But it becomes manifest in dry years, in years where that salinity of the soil solution increases because the soil water content is low. And I think that's why it's called transient salinity. So I come from Australia, I come from there, Perth. And most of my career has been in, all of my career has been in saline agriculture. I've worked for 25 years as an agronomist, looking at solutions for salt-affected land. And more recently, my work has had an international focus, and I've also been looking at soil chemistry. And I'm really interested in the differences in chemistry between these two stresses that I've talked about. Let me give you a sense of where, of what these two problems look like. I think of a soil salinity spectrum, and for soil salinity measured as the ECE, non-saline, sort of 0 to 2 deciliters per metre. And then you can use a series of Lee words, slightly, moderately, highly, severely, extremely. And each time you sort of double the numbers. Australia's two salinity problems, dryland salinity, that is the salinity associated with shallow water tables, occurs over this sort of range of ECE values in surface soil. Perhaps 10% of farmland in my state is affected by that stress in the farmland. And the solution here is to grow halophytes. Now, in terms of remote sensing, this is the salt problem that you can see from space. This is the salt problem that you can see with satellites. And therefore, this is the salt problem that we can reasonably well, cheaply characterize. The salinity associated with sedicity occurs over a different range of salinities. The ECE values are much lower. It's probably a much higher proportion of the salt effect of the farmland, certainly in my state, Western Australia. And all of this land's cropped. And therefore, it's quite difficult to get a handle on where this is using satellite imagery, and we are going to have to use other techniques to get a much better handle on this. So dryland salinity associated with a shallow water table, it's a secondary salinity, and the data collection was driven by fear in the community in many ways. I need to say something about how Australia works in terms of the collection of these data. Australia is a set of states, and land management is a state issue. So there is no national oversight in the collection of these data. If a state regards it as a priority, the information will be collected. And there have only been brief periods where dryland salinity has been universally regarded as a big problem across the whole of Australia. And it's during those times that we have consistent data across states. And of course, the data quality varies with the state for that very reason. So if you were to stand on the edge of a river affected by dryland salinity and look across it, you might see a scene like this, a lake. You would see a scene like this. Clearly, once growing trees, but killed by the rising water table. Farmland, scenes like this. Clearly a barley grass growing in an area that would have once been suitable for annual cropping. And dryland salinity, as I said, has been caused by the clearing of land for agriculture. 2024 is a really important year for salinity research in Australia for two reasons. One is that it is the centenary of the identification of this cause of salinity by a guy called Wood in 1924. Basically, our landscape was covered in a forest. That was the original vegetation. When rain fell in this landscape, There were relatively high rates of transpiration, and these plants have very deep-rooted systems, so they used all the water. There wasn't any effective leakage into the subsoil. What we did was we cleared this land, we removed the perennial vegetation for the growth of annual crops and pastures. These days, our cropping systems are pretty good. We can use most of the water that falls in winter, but these are annual cropping systems, and particularly as our patterns of rainfall become more dominated by summer rain, not enough to grow a crop, but enough to hydrologically affect the landscape, we are having lower rates of transpiration across the entire year, and therefore there is a leakage into the subsoil. We have rising groundwater, and where that groundwater gets to within about 2 meters of the soil surface, you're starting to see outbreaks of salinity. So that is dryland salinity. It's also very badly named because it's not the salinity of dry land. It's obviously salinity associated with the development of a shallow water table. Anyway, I can't help that. So these soils are visibly saline. You can see them with satellite imagery, caused by the presence of a shallow water table, so not particularly dry. These are what most farmers regard as saline. And there was a bit of a scare about 20 years ago in Australia. This kind of salinisation gathered a lot of political support, and we were able to more effectively document the scale of the risk and discover that the risk is not exceptionally high. About 10% of farmland in severely affected states are at risk. And one of the things that farmers can do in these kinds of environments is grow halophytes for fodder. And this was the first 25 years of my career. We were interested in the use of fodder plants like the Atriplex species, but also there were salt-tolerant grasses, Puccinelia, tall wheatgrass, and there's been the development of salt and waterlogging tolerant legumes, which has come on more recently. So this has been a major proportion of my career. And our aim in doing this work is really to turn halophytes into sheep, either meat or wool, okay? And simultaneously to use enough water to begin to lower the water tables. But it's primarily about getting some productive use from the plants. The feasibility of doing this has been queried, and I think we've answered our critics. And we've answered our critics by really thinking about factors affecting nutritive value. If sheep are the product, then we have to start thinking about the components of the nutritive value. Biomass availability. Will the animals eat the material? So the issue of voluntary feed intake. And we have some plants out there which are so unpalatable that animals would rather die than eat them. And then you have issues to do with nutritive value, the energy that animals can get out of them, protein, vitamins, etc. And starting to unpack the components of feeding value of forages, and also to think about forages not as single species, but as mixtures of species. Perennial plants providing components of the feed on offer, lowering water tables enough to support the growth of understory species, which are then providing different components of the feed and supporting animals. That has been a bit of a revolution in the way that we use these plants. However, it should be said that many of our farming systems are moving away from mixed farming systems in which there's cropping and the use of livestock towards cropping alone. So some of this work is becoming a bit niche. But As climate change continues, I think that some of the systems that we've been developing for saline soils will become suited to land that is ultimately abandoned because it is too dry to support cropping. So perhaps what we're doing here is developing technologies that will eventually be used across much larger areas of land as cropping falls away from it. Okay, so now for something completely different. Transient salinity. My personal introduction to transient salinity was a few years ago when I was working on a research station about 200 kilometres east of Perth, and we got an instrument, a dual EM, and drove it around to have a look at what the conductivity was of the soil, and we ended up with a map like this, and we were astonished. This is an area that has been cropped for 100 years, and no one had any idea until we did the survey that you could see this patterning in electrical conductivity in this soil. And we've started to do a lot more of this work, and we've seen a lot more of this kind of patterning. But that patterning, that intense colour, is caused by acidicity and alkalinity in this soil. And it's patterning of increased apparent electrical conductivity, but that apparent electrical conductivity is correlated with soil salinity. No shallow water table here. The water table here is 20 metres deep. This is not caused by any of that. And this land, as I said, has been cropped for about over 100 years now. So, causes. Salt falls in rain. Okay, we think of rainwater as fresh water, but it's not completely fresh water. There are small amounts of salt that fall in the rain all the time. The site that we were at is 200 kilometres from the coast, so you can see where we are. There we are. So we're about here on this graph, and that salinity that I showed you, that patterning that I showed you, is 1,000 years of rainfall. Long before people came, Europeans settled this area, the salt has been falling in this landscape and accumulating because the soils are dispersive. And they're dispersive because they're sodic and because they're alkaline. And the alkalinity is giving us elevated carbonate ions, and the carbonate ions are chewing up any calcium that comes into this, this environment and precipitating that calcium as lime. Yeah. So, not obviously saline, no shallow water table, has endured for hundreds of years, so it's not particularly transient, but it is manifest in dry years. Yeah, the salinity of the soil solution, the thing that we were talking about right at the start, the salinity of the soil solution, which is driving the crop growth. The salinity doesn't change very much with rainfall, but what does change is the soil hydration and therefore the salinity of the soil solution. And most farmers are unaware of its existence. And I actually think this is our big salinity problem, not transients, not dry land salinity. And I think much of the heavy textured cropland in low rainfall areas is affected. Right. And in terms of trends with depth, you'll see increasing salt, sodium, and those anions, acidicity, pH, clay, calcium carbonate, boron. A lot of things are grouped together, clumped together. And you see these lime, carbonate-enriched limestone precipitated areas at a depth of about 50 centimetres. Okay, so what are the ions? Well, sodium is the soluble cation that increases the EC1 to 5 in these soils. You look at all the other ions, they're not in effect there in the soluble form. But the anions that are associated with these increased EC1 to 5 values are chloride, sulfate, bicarbonate, and carbonate. And carbonate and bicarbonate are partly responsible for the ECE, but they're not correlated with the, with the EC, but they're not correlated with the EC. They're actually more related to pH. Now, because of this rather complex chemistry, this affects how we can ameliorate these soils. Lots of people say, oh, acidic soils, you apply gypsum. All right, now let's apply gypsum to a soil with very high sulfate concentrations. It's not actually going to go into solution because the high sulfate concentrations are preventing the calcium going into soil solution. If we do get calcium going into soil solution, it gets gobbled up by the carbonate in the soil. And we've got very high bicarbonate concentrations in the soil, and that acts as a shunt to produce more carbonate. So if the carbonate goes down, pH doesn't change very much, the carbonate goes down. Of course, the bicarbonate is restoring it. So can this land be remediated? This is actually a really important question, and we don't know the answer to that. It's not clear that gypsum will work in remediation. We're going to try other calcium salts to see, as proof of concept, to see if we can get other things to work. Calcium chloride maybe. But because the soils contain high carbonate, high bicarbonate forms carbonate that precipitates into lime. So this is the other map which is important, and this is the other reason why 2025 is an important year, because the transient salinity risk was published 50 years ago, and that is the figure of 375 million hectares, which we put into the Australian report. It's 50 years ago. We have to do better than that, and I'm glad that there's going to be another chance, perhaps, to improve our game with a more reasonable or more recent estimate. The dryland salinity risk is the red areas, and it's risk, that's not salinity, that's risk. And the transient salinity risk is everything else. And you should remember that the interior of Australia is mostly desert, so a lot of that transient salinity isn't going to be of huge agricultural importance. And this is the guy who has really made it his life's work to understand more of transient salinity in Australia. Oh, and that's the cropping zone. That's the rain-fed cropping zone in Australia. Now, this is the table that you'll see in our paper, and it addresses a question of what was previously productive land, right? We don't go to farmers and say, how much land have you got that's saline? Because they look at all the lakes and things, and those have always been saline. We ask them, what land have you got that's saline now that wasn't in the past? Now, it assumes that they know what they remember that far. And some of this land has been cleared for 150 years. And so they're not going to have a good answer to that. But one of the things that you get, one of the things I get out of looking at that is that my state, Western Australia, is the most severely affected by dryland salinity. And the other thing that I get is that across a range of years and with different intensities of measurement and so on, we have about 2 million hectares of land affected by dryland salinity. But this is not the extent of salinity in Australia. This is just what farmers feel as the pain caused by rising water tables. And so it's not the total saline area. And if we look at the area affected by transient salinity, We have an estimate from 50 years ago this year, 375 million hectares. May or may, you know, we have to be careful with that. So I was amazed to see Australia as the most salt-affected land in the world when you were giving your presentation, Maria, but you know, it may not be. So in summary, I think Pacific nations, huge risk of salinity because sea level rise, and when we come back in 5 years' time to do this again, for God's sake, let's have more information about that, because frankly, that's a big issue. I think Australia has two salinity problems. The dryland salinity problem has attracted most of the political interest, and it's been driven by a fear in farmers that they're going to get swamped. And I don't think that's the case. About 2 million hectares of land that was previously productive is affected. Most of this land is not suited to agriculture. We can try and grow halophytes on it, and halophytes will probably grow on half of it. The rest of it will be too severely affected. Transient salinity affects an unknown but probably very much larger area, and a lot of that land is used for agriculture, obviously not the stuff in the deserts. And economic methods to remediate this really are required, and we don't have the answers to that. And there's lots of people here who are interested in the salinity of acidic soils, and I'd be interested to hear what people say. And I'm happy to correspond on all of this stuff. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bauer, for your very informative presentation. We learned a lot about this, how to say, not standard type of salinities. And I think that you stressed in the map, and you stressed the concept of risk. And I saw that if the Prime Minister Council, environment or something like that, is aware of that. And you as well, in the conclusions, you state that economic measures should be, what is the government involvement in the solutions of this, or in the attenuation of this risk?
I need to tell you that this paper was written by a club of hydrologists. In effect, the people who contributed to the development of that table that I showed you are a club of hydrologists who worked in state government departments and had expertise in the area. And Richard George, my co-author, the senior author on this paper, contacted them all and said, "Hey guys, what do you think is happening here?" And the numbers that came up aren't a reflection of government policy. The numbers that came up are a reflection of concern, I think, amongst the scientific community rather than government per se. Governments in Australia, I suspect everywhere, state governments particularly, regard their most important priorities as cops, teachers, and nurses. Yeah. Land management is not a high value thing that they find themselves needing to worry about. They worry about that if the minister gets rung up and said, "Hey, look, I've got a problem," then it sort of goes up a bit on the in scale. So a huge amount of what you're seeing here is scientists having a sense of social responsibility and concern, and agreeing to collaborate voluntarily to produce data sets like the one I've shown you. It is nearly something that happens despite government policy. Am I allowed to say that? No, my minister's not here. That's not a problem.
Maybe online.
No.
Well, but you stated as well that most farmers are not aware. They don't understand about this transient.
Yeah, no, the transient salinity, farmers are not aware. Because dryland salinity, that is salinity associated with shallow water tables, has sucked the oxygen out of the room, in effect. And farmers look at that. They say, oh, there's a salinity problem. I can't see white stuff on the soil surface. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And they're looking at the really severely affected land. But my view is that it's likely, and it's likely that in fact, and they abandon that, or else they grow a few halophytes on it and feed sheep on it. But mostly farmers adapt to this severely affected land by walking away from it. It's not a large proportion of their land for most farmers. It's small proportions of the land, and they just prop around those severely affected areas. But when you talk about transient salinity, I think that's the main game. And so one of the reasons that I'm interested to be part of international networks like this is because I want to know how other people are handling these sodic alkaline soils. We've tried a range of things. I'm pretty sure that most times gypsum doesn't work, and we try gypsum a lot. And I think that we're unpacking the chemistry associated with that. It's the high sulfate and the high carbonate bicarbonate concentrations in the anions that are ensuring that gypsum doesn't work. So what are the other options? We're here. I'd like to know, because if we could find out what the other options were in this water scarce landscape, I think that we would be able to improve productivity 30, 40, 50%. And for our rain-fed farmers, that they're big numbers. They would be delighted with that. So some of the things we're trying. Very small scale water capture through water harvesting, micro water harvesting, exaggerated mounds and furrows. Get the water to run off half the soil onto the other half. And if you can get it to run off half the soil into the other half, you're keeping that half hydrated. You have a chance of some leaching. That's where you put your soil amendment. You're not trying to fix the whole profile. What we've done in the past, we said, oh, we need to fix the whole profile. No, you don't. You just need to fix where the plant roots are. And so what we're trying to do is to play smarter games in terms of where are the roots? Where is the salt? Can we improve outcomes in that kind of way? So we're here to learn, and we're here to talk.
And how do you think that it could be affecting to this traditional profit of this salt-affected areas? I mean, the sulfites that are picked by the and now it is not starting a crisis with the world market worldwide.
So there's a smart way of using halophytes. Our rain-fed production systems for grazing animals is boom and bust. We have a wet winter and spring, and you can grow huge amounts of feed, right? And then in the summer and the autumn, there's a feed deficiency. And so and that's a time when farmers might have to hand feed animals with grain or hay or something like that. And so our use of the halophytes is to try and augment the feed supplies during the feed deficiency period. And at this time, those feeds have a premium value, and that makes a huge difference to how farmers see the feed. It's that very high economic value of material during a feed that's how these plants are used. We're not seeing necessarily large increases in numbers of animals, perhaps even, but we're seeing better managed animals. Another issue is that our feeds become vitamin E deficient in summer because vitamin E comes from green feed, and if we can feed these saltbushes, then the animals are getting a vitamin E supplement in effect, and that has an even more high premium value because the alternative to grazing a green feed for you'd have to drench animals or handle them, and so this is a cheap option.
You have any question for Dr. This Fosia Menon, floor is yours.
Hello.
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 Hi, Fosia, how are you?
Hi, I'm fine. Hi, how are you? Nice to see you in Valencia. I have two questions with you, only two. First is that what most factors affecting Australian soils to be saline? Have you got my point?
Yeah, shallow water tables and alkalinity and acidicity are the three factors that will cause the salinity, yes? So,
okay, the next question is from the field in Australia. When I visited Simons and Phillips field with Michael and SEIR team,
yeah,
they have the solution for growing eucalyptus trees in their farm of the 2 million hectare soils.
Yeah, not mentioning it. Yes, there are
25 years.
Use trees, belts of trees, also to lower water tables. The reason that I didn't talk about it is because the tree roots, while they will lower water tables, also extend into the crop area, and they may therefore suppress crop growth in the area immediately adjacent. But yes, you can use belts of trees as a kind of drain, but bear in mind that the salt in the soil is attracted into the root zone of the trees, yes. It's very difficult for that salt then to get away, and the tree roots are permeating the adjacent areas of the cropped land, and they're stealing water and nutrients from the adjacent crops. So yes, you can use trees to lower water tables, but there are issues to do with that. You know, it's not as simple as just do this and the problem goes away. Do you understand my point? We can talk about it.
Yeah.
I'm happy to email you. We can talk about it on the email. Yep.
Okay. No worries. Thank you, Ed. Thank you, George.
Thank you for that very informative presentation. I just reflected when I was in Australia in 2018 in Sydney. So I have some of the points here that I would like to discuss with you. Yeah, I would like to know the operating procedures for determining soil salinity in Australia. Do you see there are harmonization with the previous presenters from different regions?
Yes, I'm rather ashamed of the fact that we didn't fill out all the questions in the questionnaires, I'm afraid. When we received the request, it was something that we had to do at the last moment. So we didn't thoroughly go through the list of questions that were provided. We had to do a response in 4 weeks or 3 weeks or something. So we did something that was pretty quick. let me give you a sense of how I approach salinity. I obviously, in a research context, I'm taking soil samples and I'm analysing those, and I'm getting a sense of what the drivers are affecting plant growth. And I do that very thoroughly. But mostly when I'm in the field, I'm not looking at, I'm not taking soil samples. What I'm doing is I'm reading the landscape. I'm looking at what is growing there. And I am trying to look at my knowledge of, I'm referring to my knowledge of the accumulated over 40 years of the natural abundance of weeds and perennial plants, and relating that to, and therefore making assessments of the likely levels of salinity and waterlogging in the landscape that I'm walking in. And we have published papers, we published a number of papers on the use of indicator species, what we call indicator species, the use of just plants that you'll find naturalized in a landscape, and the use of those to interpret what the likely levels of salinity and waterlogging are. Now, I haven't talked about waterlogging, but waterlogging is a key driver also in plant zonation. And from a plant point of view, waterlogging matters hugely, and it's something that I'm going to talk about in the training exercises tomorrow. So look, in a formal research sense, yes, we're measuring EC, yes, we're measuring the exchangeable and the soluble cations and anions, and we're using those readings to calculate things like ESP, SAR, and increasingly we're taking on the view of Dr. Rangaswamy's new ways of thinking about staticity in calculating dispersive charge. So I was really interested to hear how people are assessing staticity, but I would encourage people in the room and out there to go and have a look at Dr. Rangaswamy's paper on the use of dispersive charge as a measure of staticity, because it takes account of more than just sodium as an agent of dispersion. It also looks at the other cations.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Eduard, for sharing this information that comes from your own experience. And before leaving this part of it, I wonder if you are willing to share with us the secret that you have written in your left hand.
Yes, I realized that I hadn't. I made some notes. I put them in my hand because I realized that I hadn't remembered to acknowledge the fact that this is the 50th anniversary of the publication of those transient salinity data that you used in your talk earlier. So yes, I needed to. These are my last-minute notes. Normally, I tweak my slides until just before the presentation, but it's a last-minute notes that I wanted to include. So
it was really important. So thank you, you all. So we have reached time for the lunch, and because we are a bit late, I will ask you all to.
Because
I will ask.
She's very young, so she will be receiving flights.
Okay,
so start with her
Okay. So let's meet at 3 as scheduled. So sorry. Yeah. So see you at 3 p.m. At the Central European time. Thank you, you all, for your participation.
She's been there for to see the flights. And somewhere originated. Let me
in person and online. We are waiting for the online connection of Miss Mary Ilobu from Nigeria, and that will be the next speaker. He told us that she's in transit in the airport, and so that we should connect exactly at 3 p.m. And that's what we did, but waiting.
Maria, if you are here, but under a different account, can you tell us, can you let us know?
No, because you told us to be here at 3, no delay because for having more time for lunch, and you told us that this is in transit that can be only at this time, so we'll wait.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Well, for those that are wondering why we wait until starting with this session in the afternoon, is because we were waiting for a reporter from Nigeria that told us that he's in transit at the airport, and so they gave us the only time slot 15 to 15:50. But it seems that has some difficulties. These things can happen. And then we will move to the next presenter, that will be Dr. Maria Kulimskova with the regional assessment of home status and management of North America. Dr. Kulimskova, the floor is yours.
colleagues, I will present the regional assessment of like this slide. Yeah. For North America. So actually, I would like first to know that the summary for North America was prepared. So we have two countries in the Global Tour Partnership who are the part who is a part of North America. This namely Canada and USA. Unfortunately, we don't have the coordinator for this region originating from the North America. So I kindly ask Ahmad Majar from the nearest region to prepare this summary for the report. As soon as we have to, it's a global report, and we have to prepare it covering all the countries and all the regions. So it was a very kind of Ahmad Majar to prepare this summary for North America. And so here I will, just on behalf of Ahmad Majar, I will present this for North America, and also it will be one of the main conclusions for North America that we need the coordinator for this region originating from the region per se. So here the content will be following the same structure as we did for the other regions. Here the information. Actually we have the survey, the INSA study was filled by the experts from these countries, from Canada and the United States. So and according to the assessments, we can see that according to Soil Service Staff 2023, the area of salt-affected soils in the United States account for over 90 million hectares, 68 million of which are saline soils and 4 million hectares are sodic soils. And actually, yeah, and for Canada, it is 5.5 million hectares, according to this publication. Then, if you look to the chemical methods which I use to measure soil salinity, so we can see that the electrical conductivity saturated waste extract, which is, let's say, like not routine, but like the standard method for measuring soil salinity. So it is used in both countries. But apart from it, we can see that there are quite many other methods which are used by these countries, and these methods are different depending on the country. The chemical methods to measure soil salinity, we can see that the Canada reported using only SAR for this measurement, whereas the United States reported different methods, including the morphological method, structure of sodic and solanated horizon, for as one of the measurements, apart from ASP and SAR, so to measure soil salinity. Then, regarding the method of determination of exchangeable sodium, we can see that the methods which are used in these two countries are different. In Canada, it is using the salt removal before measurement, and in the United States, they measure without removing salts from the soil. pH. So here from this table, we can see that these methods are more or less harmonized, except for soil pH in calcium chloride 1 to 2.5, which is also used in Canada and not in the United States. Then, if we go to the classification system used for saline and sodic soils, so they use a different classification. In the United States, they use the one which comes from USDA, not USDA, but this Richard's publication and Soil Science Division. So this is the USDA. In Canada, they use the system of the Canadian system of soil classification. And also I can tell you that the submissions that we actually for the global map of salt effective soils, we have a submission from the United States, which is like a pixel-based submission, and for Canada, there is still no submission, which will which follows like a polygon map. So the assessment on the distribution of salt affected soils in Canada, it is based on the soil classification of soils, like solonets and solon-chalk soils. So there is also no harmonization between the countries regarding the threshold between saline and non-saline soils. Canada uses both thresholds, 2 and 4 decisiemens. And in the United States, they use 2 decisiemens as the threshold. So regarding the acidicity, we can see that the same as many countries, they use the both, more or less. In Canada, they prefer using this SAR threshold. Let's see. Okay. So, as I said, for soil salinity and sodicity mapping in the region, in Canada, they use field survey and digital soil mapping. But still, for salt affected soils, we still don't have like a digital map, the pixel-based map from Canada. And in the United States, as soon as they have the very well-populated databases, which have the information about electrical conductivity, pH, and SAR-GSP. So in this case, it was quite easy for them to prepare digital map of salt affected soils. So the depth of the mapping saline and sodic soils also is different in these 2 countries. In Canada, it can be from 30 to 90, so either 0.30 or 0.90 centimeters for saline soils and 30 centimeters for sodic soils. And in the United States, the depth is going down to 2 meters. And taxonomically, most categories require a salic horizon within upper meter, and this sodic soils requiring 2 meters. And the most categories require natural horizon within 40 centimeters. And then, yes, it is worth mentioning that all saline sodic areas are in the United States. The scale and resolution of mapping used also vary considerably. In Canada, the resolution of mapping is 215 meters by digital surface model, and no information was provided for the map scales. And in the United States, the detailed map is 12,000 meters, 1 to 12,000, with a resolution of 10 meters. Soil salinity and sodicity monitoring systems are widely implemented in Canada, but not in the United States. So here, I'm just repeating the summary, the submissions from the country. But I would say that in the United States, they have quite a populated database, which is, it's not a monitoring. In Canada, the work monitoring system combines soil and landscape characteristics, topography, climate data, with statistics on farming practices to determine the risk of soil salinity, where there is a potential for soil salinity. Water parameters include irrigation, water quality monitoring with an electric conductivity of less than 4 decisiemens per meter, and SAR below 5. Generally considered good quality, and this water is considered as good for irrigation. Continuing with monitoring, the results of soil salinity and sodicity monitoring, which are used, analyzing soil to determine ECA or SAR, drainage management, EC and SAR are along with electromagnetic mapping, then providing economic incentives to farmers to calculate fees, and determining the suitability of the soil for irrigation. So these are the goals of monitoring soil salinity or salinity in the countries. Soil salinity and salinity risk assessment used in the Canada for irrigation and drainage projects. So that to evaluate the risk of developing secondary soil salinization and acidification. And in the United States, there is they didn't provide information about risk assessment within the drainage and irrigation project, but they have also survey which provides several interpretations for irrigations, which include salinity and acidicity as variables. Then the practices which are used in the countries. So the practices that help to reduce evaporation, such as mulching and using of winter layers of reduced materials, are used in both countries. Then leaching practices and surface. So I think that it's mainly leaching. So they use in both countries. Then the practices that help to enhance soil structure and filtration to aid in organic matter such as compost and crop residues. Also used in both countries. Biochar, there was no information provided by the countries if it is used or not. So we can consider as no. Then deep plowing, in both countries they use it there, and the same about the chemical amelioration. So here, yes, land leveling and reshaping was reported for Canada and was not reported for the US. Then crop system management was reported for Canada and was not reported by the US. Crop adaptation strategies were reported as used in both countries. Agroforestry, there was no answer from both countries about the using of these methods. Biotechnologies are not implemented in Canada, and so they are not used in both countries. And intercept crops in Canada, so they use this so indicators of sustainable soil management, the indicators which are used in Canada and the United States, they are more or less coherent with the indicators used in the FAO-GSP protocol. I can remind you that they are namely soil productivity, organic carbon, bulk density, and respiration rate. Apart from this, Canada used some more indicators. So the database of good practices for sustainable management of saline and sodic soils is available in Canada, and so in both countries. And here are the links for these databases. So regarding the policy which help to govern the management of salt affected soils, in the United States, they report that there is no specific governmental body that focuses specifically on the soils. And from Canada, there is a lack of information regarding this. And there is a governmental institution that regulates all aspects of monitoring and management of salt affected soils, maybe not specifically, but they have it as one of the components of their governance, soil governance. So regarding protection of saline environments, valuable saline environments. So the United States states that this development of such legislation and legal frameworks is needed. And from Canada, there was no response regarding this question. Extension services in Canada, so all aspects which can be provided by the extension services, they are demanded by the farmers. Here was the question about the coverage of these extension services and what sort of services they provide. So in Canada, all aspects of certificate source management are provided by the extension services, but there is some lack of geographic coverage or accessibility for farmers. And in the United States, they say that both aspects, both coverage and geographic coverage and the service coverage are both enough for farmers to have. Then here, what are the services which are the most demanded by the farmers? We can see that for the United States, they are trainings and interpretation, and for Canada, it's a recommendation how to manage salt-affected soils. So regarding the losses of crop yields, which results from the soil salinization and solidification, in Canada, there is up to 0.6 million hectares of cropland, which is affected by secondary salinity. And in the United States, they have 14.3 million hectares of cropland affected, and 1.9 million hectares, which is affected by sodicity. And we can see that no information about sodicity was provided for Canada. A national assessment of the losses of yield due to soil salinity was conducted in Canada in 1998. And that evaluation, which dates back to this year, is about 257 million Canadian dollars annually. So we can see that this publication is also anniversary of 25 years. And no assessment was conducted for soil salinity. And in the United States, there was no such assessment performed by now. The crops which are cultivated on saline acidic soils, we can see that barley is grown on such soils in Canada, alfalfa is grown on both countries, so wheatgrass and cocoa can be grown in Canada on the salt-affected areas. Then regarding the irrigated farmland, the total area in the United States of irrigated cropland is over 23 million hectares. And the area which is affected by both on primary secondary salinity is around 23, so the same, 23.7. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, maybe the missing, we have missing here. It's 1,000 hectares, I suppose. And then in Canada, the area of irrigated farmlands, the area of irrigated farmland affected by salinity is 0.6 million hectares. The most common irrigation method used in North America is for Canada is surface irrigation, sprinkler irrigation, and drip irrigation, and the United States reported about on this sprinkler irrigation as the main method of irrigation used in the country. The quality water quality irrigation water quality monitoring. So according to the response, the United States they use brackish water for irrigation, and there is no information from the country, from the experts in the country, if the regulation, if there is any regulation of using such water. And Canada does not have such water quality monitoring. Groundwater monitoring in both countries, so they are not in place. And there was no information provided about the main principles of the, but as soon as it doesn't exist there, so there is no principles of groundwater and so the type of leaching of saline soils in Canada, they use so actually all the types of the drainage. So it's shallow ditch buried pipe drains and controlled drainage. and no information was provided for the United States regarding the leaching practices. So here is a brief summary for North America, and so I didn't, so we don't have conclusions for this region. And I will say that the main conclusion here that we need a coordinator from North America for North America, and even here we can see we have only 2 countries here. So it's the region which we could expect a harmonization in this region as soon as there is only 2 countries. They are quite close to each other in many senses. But even here, we can see that the method that they use, the approaches, they are sometimes very, very different. So even here, the harmonization is sometimes not in place. So thank you so much. And thank you, Ahmad, for preparing this summary.
So thank you very much for who digested the available information on the presenter. Well, I think that now we should be conscious of that if we are in a delicate situation regarding the info coming in a voluntary basis from the different countries. That it means, well, in my direct experience and contact, what we got in a voluntary way from the experts do not match absolutely what is happening there in such country, for example, the United States, that was leader for decades on this issue, and that even are considering more advanced problems as selenium and arsenicum and so on, and in the use of wastewaters and so on. And I am a bit afraid that you know that the World Soil Map was presented by the Global Soil Partnership 2 years ago, but you cannot find this in the internet now. It is.
No, it is. No. I mean, it's not available online. So I received the request from the members of INSTALT many times. I forwarded them also many times to my colleagues from the mapping team. So it's still not there.
Yeah.
So we can make a resolution of it so that
the point is that it seems that apart of technical difficulties, for example, you will during the field discussion you will see problems of salinity here, and if you consider the pixel scale of the map of 1 kilometer, you can give us your opinion if this is, we can represent that accurately or not. But apart of that, it seems that as well the map was done trying to find the experts, and also some claims exist. For example, it was surprising, for example, to point out that a pixel surface. China was known for they have such service there. And so I am afraid that cross fingers of not having claims because of this results. And the thing is not we are not guilty. We presented what we got. But I think that we should consider and think for step on the ground to ensure the data quality. And because I will present you our hypothesis. Imagine that a PhD student that is enrolled in the network and is willing to give info, but has no experience or not vision enough for giving the idea of what is happening there. So I think that the way of the elaboration of that, I recommend to the Global Soil Partnership to do that in a different way for next time. And maybe it will be convenient not to wait 5 years, but see a reaction and maybe 2 years or something like that. Have a new design of the questionnaire, because this was done a bit in part by the front or by the ITPS, Intergovernmental Technical Panel of Soils, and sharing with us, but the questionnaire, it was part of.
No, the questionnaire was prepared by the technical working groups. So we were meeting with the technical working groups in 2021, and I was distributing all the points.
Yeah,
well, and it was amended by the.
Well, the point is that it is if you have something to reformate, it is quite different than that if you start from scratch in a discussion, in agreement, because it is much more difficult, as we know, you write papers and so on, rewriting something that is starting from the scratch. And I think that this questionnaire was good. It's a first initiative, but it could be improved for sure, quite everything in the life. But especially regarding the data quality, the origin of the data. And as well, we must ensure a cross-validation of this data with responsibles that know, that have known, even sending to the administrations or government for validate that, because now we are acting in a voluntary way, but it is how to say, a bit risky that can be accepted or rejected or criticized, or I don't know. Well, our role is doing our best, and that's what we did. But I think that we must learn as well from the deficiencies that we detected after having such information, because well, it seems that. And apart of that, and now it is not a core discussion, but I'm surprised as well. I'm nobody for discussing that, how politics change history and change geography and things like that. Sorry, sirs and ladies, Mexico is North America, but they prefer to be Latin America. And we Spaniards do not know well what is Latin America. We know what is Hispanoamerica, Ibero-America, including Brazil, but Latin America, we do not know. Somebody invented that. It's okay, it's working. But now I think that for North America reports, some subtitles should be included, excluding Mexico, because they are really bothered when they are excluded from North America. Well, this was just my reflection about in general, the report that is really a milestone, and but let's see how to improve that, and your comments and remarks will be very welcome. And let's also maybe start some kind of working group, not officially, but some round table of discussion, not now, but in the future as well, about dealing with other aspects of social health and things that are concerning relative environmental impact of the transformation, because we usually speak about salinity, and we think mentally in a plot, in an area. But we usually do not link every element in a holistic way, dealing with water, with economy, with the market, the pressures, with the politician priorities. So let's think about all these aspects and try to get some direction to make action and prepare some drafts to be circulated and improved. These are my comments right now, but I will be glad to hear your opinions. I invite you for, because you were collecting this info. I guess that you were surprised of reporting that, knowing that other things exist and they are doing. What do you think that happened? Because in some cases, we should take into account that maybe some countries are not willing to share info. This is, and well, the other because maybe because of political reasons. But as well, maybe because there are business and there are companies that as well that deal with that, and they get so they are not so much interested in giving the data and approaches and so on. What do you think that's happening?
Yes, please.
Good afternoon once again. By the way, when I prepared this summary of the two questionnaires from two countries, I was really surprised because we heard a lot of development, a lot of things about in America and in the US, in Canada, and when I checked this questionnaire, I was astonished. For example, about mapping, social risk management, monitoring systems, and so on. It's the responsibility of this data. It's on the scientists from that country. I don't know why we give this information in such way. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not in charge to look for after them and to find that data about North America and that. I have got the questionnaires. They are the responsible. They give this data, official data. So I should use it, and I presented it in such a way that they do. So I don't know how to say. This is a scenario situation. That's it is. Now we need to accurate this data to make double check more to see how it comes and why it is so, and what, because all the time we heard about the development of agriculture in the USA, for example. But checking this, it seems it's not as we usually come and heard about. So hopefully we can double check and make with other scientists, they will give more accurate data about these issues.
Yeah, thank you. We are sure that you did your best with the info that you got. Yeah, but it is surprising that well, how to say, a country that let's think about advances in science and in the technology. I think that they get most of the advances, so electromagnetic survey, satellite imagery, and as well like the cation exchange models and as well models for reactive transport and things like that. And well, it could happen that it is a matter of explicitly. It is a matter of maybe of inequality in the field of needs. I don't need that, so tell whatever you want. Yes, come to here. We have room here for more people. Yeah.
I won't come for very long. I won't come for very long. I just wanted to say that it is always a problem when we're working in an area of goodwill. And I think we need to have realistic expectations of how far goodwill can take us. I'm sure that in 5 years we can do better, but I'm sure that in 5 years we will still say that we didn't have a product which was perfect. And I think my suggestion, my advice would be, let's aim for perfection, but not beat ourselves up too much if we don't quite achieve perfection. I'm sure that we can do better. I'm sure that in the Pacific we could do a lot better. But and I hear what you say. Let's make it as good as we can. But I would want to advise that we're trying to create an environment in which it is attractive for people to share their data and to share information. And we need to not forget that everybody who turns up and becomes part of this is a volunteer. Yeah. So by all means, aim for perfection, but let us be realistic about what we are trying to achieve, because perfection doesn't exist. So that was just my thought. By all means, let's try and do better, but there are limits to what's possible.
Perfection is enemy of good.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. And because we never attend that. Well, regarding your remarks, yes, thank you. But we try to be as friendly as possible, opening the info and the participation to all persons in the network. And so trying to imagine not only a working groups of specialists with advances, but regarding the FAO mandate of extension of the information, as well trying to make such a series of webinars and as well trying to produce some of the good practices that we are not the only, but FAO has general as well guidelines for farmers, conservation and so on. So from outside, we are very receptive to suggestions, to practical suggestions how to improve, and what is as you, we are not perfect. We want not to be perfect. We just do our best, and you know that it is sometimes one reach the limit of capacity.
Something in my mind. When the members of the from USA and Canada, it's as members.
No, I cannot. I can check the database, but it will take several minutes.
Yeah.
Not so many.
Not so many.
Not so many.
I think we can start from there. Maybe a few people got information that they are required to submit those information to us. That's why maybe I was able to get a few responses.
No, I will tell you that. So I'm checking. So actually, we have a very good submission in terms of the expertise. So it was submitted back. So it is Robert Turner from Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada, from Canada. So it's more than enough, I suppose. And then for the US, it is Stephen Walker from the USDA and RCS. So the experts are very high in this area. So we can fully rely, I suppose.
That's what I have for this. I thought maybe we received a few responses. Maybe that's why we are lacking some enough data for this.
So no means me some. You have comments. I know that you have comments because Iran was very well reported there. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, they didn't participate to give some information. If you go to the literature, then you can find some lots of information from the US or Canada or other countries. And yeah,
Iran, Pakistan, and India, community and MENA, stay the more numerous community in the network.
Yeah.
But if we mention particular countries, Iran and Pakistan, a lot of them, right? And we should wonder. I wonder, for example, that in the apple pie that I showed you yesterday, is that for example, in Europe, we have a lot of members. Well, Hungary has such Solodez area. We in Spain, we have a second country with this one, but a few in Italy, a few in Greece, but not so few. But we are very interested in that in the Netherlands.
But we are very interested in that. So maybe that's because we collaborate with other countries, but and so it's a matter of the proximity of the collaboration in the research projects that maybe these countries, the developed countries, they deal with their own problems. And, but with Iran is
But I would ask another question. That
you don't feel for us.
We had the problem with Australia as well, because nobody in the beginning tried to take a questionnaire and answer them. So, because they don't want to participate, just it because it's an in kind action. So they don't want to spend their time to prepare the question. Just it, I would say.
We did it because we had our arm twisted by Kate, who said, "Can you do this as a favor to me?" So often these things happen because of personal networks.
Indeed, yeah.
And it's the quality of personal networks which will bring more people to the table.
Yeah.
Okay. So, thank you. Well, it seems that the speaker that will report on the Sub-Saharan Africa is now online. Ms. Mehdi Dougou, are you ready for presenting your report?
Just a second. She audio was.
Hello? Hello, Ms. Mehdi Dougou? We wait for the disconnection. So, Ms. Mehdi Dougou, can you hear us? Yeah. Do you mean for speaking or for hearing? When she will be ready. What video is?
Video, yes, but audio is.
But video is usually some monthly.
Yes.
Ms. Mehdi Dougou, are you ready for presenting your report on regional assessment of the status and management of sub-Saharan countries? Hello. Hello. Hello, Ms. Mehdi Dougou. Ms. Mary. Hello. Good afternoon, Ms. Mary. Can you let us know when you are ready? Hello, can
you hear me also?
Okay.
Hello.
Thank you, Ms. Mary. So
Yeah, thank you.
For presenting the regional assessment on status and management of sub-Saharan Africa.
Yeah, the
Are you ready?
document.
So the
I
floor,
want to share it.
go ahead, please.
Yes, okay. Yeah, this one.
Hello, excuse me. I
Okay.
don't introduce you.
Yeah, sharing. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I'm hearing you. I
Yes.
want to appreciate the FAO and the organization that has given me the opportunity to present this report. I made a summary of the survey of the questionnaires for the Sub-Saharan Africa region on salt-affected soils in this conference. And the title, please move on. The next slide, please. Please let me say that I'm on transit, and please, that's why you are hearing some background noise. Actually, I'm at a conference. So this presentation, I was breaking down into this outline, introduction, land area under salinity and sodicity, measurement of chemical parameters, mapping and monitoring, sustainable management and indicators, models of crop response to soil salinity and sodicity, irrigation methods and crops suitably planted, groundwater monitoring, summary, and the conclusion. Next slide, please. Thank you. The introduction. Salt-affected soils is a global challenge, as we have recognized. And when the questionnaire was released to Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, experts from 16 countries submitted the survey. And from there, it was noticed that salt-affected soils are caused by natural as well as anthropogenic phenomena. And we have the impact of climate change, the climate, the parent materials, and the human activities, which is anthropogenic. And the factors include high evaporation rates, limited rainfall, especially in the semi-arid and arid regions, the improper irrigation practices, especially with the increasing climate change, and the demand for supplementary water application for crop production. The improper management of the irrigation systems and inadequate drainage systems. We have seen situations where the drainage system being blocked, and as a result, we have salt accumulation and resulting into salinity. Please, next slide. Thank you. Looking at land area under salinity and sodicity, soil salinity is known as one of the major factors, as I've said, affecting the agricultural sector in the globally and also in Africa. So the questionnaire, the land area under the salinity varies. And we see this, it ranges from few thousand hectares to tens of millions of hectares. And we see that in the table one. Table one, please. Table one, please. Next slide. Okay. So, please, the table is not, the font is not very good. But from this table, we could see many nations don't even have the record of the area of land affected by salinity. And this is a challenge indicating that we still need to carry out studies that will be monitored and well-organized studies to get the appropriate data. But from this table, it is evident that some nations have been trying to record the various forms of salt accumulation in soils, which have been affecting crop production. Please, next slide. Next slide, please. Thank you. So looking at the methods for measurement of the parameters for evaluating salt concentrate, the type of salt and the quantity of salts in the soil. So looking at the CEC, some nations said they use ammonium acetate extraction at pH 7. And in some nations, using this is not sufficient. So they also use both the exchangeable cations as well as exchangeable acidity to determine the CEC. Some use barium chloride method. and also looking at the salt absorption ratio. That is when we take the totality of the cation exchange capacity, the proportion of it that is occupied by sodium is what we call SAR, and this is evaluated in relation to calcium and magnesium in the soil. We also have various methods being used. While some nations also use physical methods, they use physical methods like using hydronic conductivity, soil dispersion test in some countries. Please move on. Next slide. Okay, this table really established what the previous slide is saying. So most nations are using ammonium acetate extraction to evaluate their exchangeable cations, interchangeable cation exchange capacity. The next slide for other nations, yeah, it's also the same thing. Please, let's move on. Okay, for this, we are looking at the different parameters this is for ESP. ESP, that is exchangeable sodium percentage. And from this is talking about the fraction of the sodium compare, okay, yeah, thank you. Compare with the cation exchange capacities. And we will see variation, different methods. Almost all the methods in the questionnaire are being used by one country or the other. And this is telling us that there's the need for harmonization of methods to be used in order to be able to make proper recommendations, even to the policymakers and to the stakeholders to get their support. Please, next slide. Next slide, please. Thank you. Next slide. Okay, still the continuation of this is also talking about sodicity. We could also see the variation. They also vary. They vary. They vary. Please move on. Move on, please. Okay, thank you. And looking at the pH, pH ranges from 1 to 14. And when we are talking about salinity or sodicity, we are talking about pH of 8.5 to 11. And different methods are being used. We could see some nations say they are using 1 to 1, another 1 to 2.5. And nations like Nigeria, Cameroon, and Zimbabwe, they are using 0.01 molar calcium chloride. And this really will remove the seasonal effect along with the determination in distilled water. So it's still emphasizing the need for harmonization of methods. So saline and sodic soil classification systems. Looking at the classification, the American classification system, described by Richard, 1954, and the system adopted by FAO are the most suitable for the region. That was an assertion by some. The most countries use threshold of 4 when you are talking about the electrical conductivity, which is the CMS per meter. So 4 is most common as the threshold. However, we have countries like Togo that uses 2 as their own threshold value. We have Mozambique using 15, still talking of harmonization. Then soil sodicity, most countries are using threshold of, that is exchangeable sodium percentage of greater than 15%. However, we have Sierra Leone using threshold of greater than 10%, while South Africa is using 6% as their own value, while Benin Republic and Liberia don't even have any value as of now. Next slide. And also looking at the mapping, the map scales used in evaluating detailed saline and sodic soil in sub-Saharan Africa. Tables 5 and 6. So general lack of data with only Kenya that has detailed map scale of 1 to 1 million, and followed by Cameroon that has 1 to 5,000, while Ghana and Uganda have their whole scale of 1 to 2,500, while others don't have at all. Please move on. And this is what the previous table or then the slide is saying. We could see that no data for most of the countries, no data for them. Okay, move on again. Still talking about the scale, no data. So status of sustainable management of salt-affected soils across the African region countries, the status of sustainable salt-affected soil management, they are dynamic, different methods, varying from country to country based on adoption. So, and those methods include topsoil salt removal. This is common in most countries. The enhancing soil structure and infiltration, voucher application. This is a new, like a novel method that is being practiced, but not widely being practiced. Next slide, please. Other methods include chemical amelioration, and we have many countries using this, especially using gypsum and calcium-containing amendments. We have crop system management, crop adaptation strategies, agroforestry, desalinization for irrigation water purification. So practices implemented within these countries to achieve sustainable salt-affected soil management across the SS Africa region varies and no in-depth data. Next slide. Looking at indicators of sustainable soil management of this type of soil, most countries adopt the indicators outlined in the FAO SSM protocol, that's according to FAO 2021. This encompasses parameters like soil productivity, measuring through biomass in dry matter, organic carbon content, bulk density, and soil respiration rates. Next slide. So status of crop or plant production in salt-affected environments. So looking at losses of crop yields resulting from soil salinization and solidification. So crop growth and yields are adversely affected, but no proper record of this. So there's depth of data on losses of crop yield resulting from soil salinization and solidification in the region. The results of the survey show that most countries have no data on the total area of cropland affected by salinity, with exception of Sierra Leone, with 200,000 hectare cropland, and South Africa with 94,500 hectare cropland. Next slide. And this is showing the kind of crops that is being produced in those nations. So we can see the salinity limited the crops that they can produce. Please move on. The next slide. Still saying the same thing. So models of crop response to soil salinity and sodicity. Models are researched to predict crop or plant responses to salinity or sodicity, which is a very, according to that's a variation. There are no data in most of the countries that responded to the questionnaires. South Africa uses various models for interpreting and for integrating and estimating the processes involved in water and salt movement along the soil and plant atmosphere continuum pathway. However, It was reported that the so-called research modules on mechanistic water and salt transport models are generally not suitable for management purposes. So we have modules in South Africa in particular, but it is not targeted towards management of these soils. And that's and generally there's no model that are being adopted or effective in most of the nations as of now. Thank you. Next slide. Irrigation methods and crop mainly used under irrigation. So irrigation methods include sprinkler irrigation, drip irrigation, and manual irrigation. But grossly, these irrigation systems are not effectively used when we consider the amount of water being lost to evaporation. Most countries do not have data of total land area under irrigation, and crops that are mainly used under irrigation with brackish water. Rice is the main crop being used under irrigation with brackish water, followed by cotton, then corn. And let us see that in table 10. So rice, number 1, followed by cotton and corn. Please move on. So groundwater monitoring. There are minimal data on groundwater monitoring in all countries in sub-Saharan African region, with exception of Kenya. The groundwater monitoring system fluctuates functioning in Kenya, although the main principles of its work, that is the organizations, the ministries in charge, coverage, indicators, periodic setting, and so on, needed to be decentralized. It was reported that this practice is being controlled centrally, and which is really limiting its effectiveness. And further information could be obtained from that link. And it was made possible. This system was made possible with the support of the Dutch Ministry of Development Cooperation. Actually, what Kenya is doing now is something that other nations can be leveraged upon. Please, next slide. So in summary, there are limited data on SAS in the sub-Saharan African region, lack of harmonization of methods for assessing salt-affected soil in Africa. There is depth of data on losses of crop yield. The low application of digital approaches for managing the soil, and improper management of irrigation water. Lessons can be learned from Kenya for management of groundwater. The low government involvement in sustainable management of SAS. Next slide. So in conclusion, the current and comprehensive data on soil salinity in different countries are lacking, particularly at national level, limiting the global capacity to understand the true extent of soil salinity, hence the need for collaborated researches. Next slide. So I want to acknowledge the FAO and the delegates, and especially the experts that participated in the survey and giving me the opportunity to make this presentation. I also thank my home institution, Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, Nigeria, that gives me the platform to operate. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Medinobu, for your report from the Saharan Africa. And when we think of Africa, we can in a simplified way, we think in the north part with such climate that is supra-Saharan, and then the rest of the Africa that is under this green wall, with some countries with tropical climate, and with it is from satellite it is noticed that those countries are green. And then we wonder if with the availability of water how these problems cannot be faced in a more, how to say, efficient way. And I would like to hear your opinion about this aspect.
I didn't hear you properly, please.
Sorry.
Hello?
Yes. Did you understand my question?
No,
Well,
didn't hear properly. Can I mute the video?
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
it is your opinion about, well, when we speak about sub-Saharan countries that are observed from satellite as green countries, and you have several of the biggest rivers of the globe. And we wonder, with the availability of water you have, how the suspension of salt-affected soils exists, and what do you think that could be the approach that could help in the management of these soils already salinized or on the risk of salinization? I think that's you.
Yeah, well, if I understand your question, you are asking about the social impact. The social impacts.
I will simplify this. You have salt-affected soils, and you are soils on the risk of salinization. But in African countries, it seems that is water available. And so, in your opinion, what is salinity progression happening in several of these countries?
Oh, you know, the situation varies from country to country, and from the submission, you know, I see the limitation and the understanding of the experts in the contribution, because I see that at times the experts might not have the detailed information of really what is going on, the real situation. But what I say that is based on the review that the experts have carried out, that the questionnaire information provided in the survey was based upon. As it is now, I see the need really for a study, because our intention is to provide information that will make the policymakers and also the stakeholders to support and to be able to change the scenario. So I see the political will as part of it, and also the educating of people, the farmers, even the people in charge of water management, even the dams. Also, taking Nigeria, for instance, I know that we have big dams, mighty dams that are grossly underutilized. And even those that are being used, the crops are not performing well again because because of this issue of salinity that is developing based on the management, monitoring the quality of fertilizer being used and seeing what type of fertilizer should they be used. One of the things we've been doing is looking at crop-specific fertilizer application. You know, knowing the crops, knowing what they need, and now knowing the right fertilizer to use, and carrying the farmers, the government, people, the stakeholders along. So that's.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your
Yeah.
answer. Do you have any questions or comments, remarks to the report? online participants, do you have any question? Yes, please.
Even 25.
Thank you, the presenters, for good presentations, and thank you, Chair. I'm Mohammed from Tanzania. Actually, I will talk a little bit about the experience from Tanzania, but because myself, I'm doing issues of sort of affected soils. In Tanzania, we have about more than 2 million, and this estimate is comes from soil map of 1984 from the FAO, and it was a project from the Ministry of Agriculture, and I think it's not a government. But it seems that the major sources of salt affected soil in Tanzania is from different materials. Even though nowadays there's an acceleration of these issues in many irrigation schemes, and it's based on this lack of irrigation canals, which the people, the farmers, just sharing their irrigation water from one farm to another. But yeah, that is the main sources in Tanzania. But not only in irrigation scheme, because as the chair said that still that in sub-Saharan Africa, most of the country are greens, but also we have some parts which is some arid. For example, in Tanzania, in our capital city of Dodoma, is some arid lands, but also we have other districts also is the same region. So, and we have some inland salt lakes. Yeah. So, but the major source of this is from the Poquito Tanzania, the parent material. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Thank you very much, Professor Merido, for your presentation. Now we will move to general discussion about the topics that we have deal with. Keep online and participate if you want.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So I wonder, Maria, if you can make some, let's say, resume of what was presented along these 2 days and for discussion.
Yeah, so actually I would like yeah, so first of all, I would like to share the conclusions that we derived from this INSAT survey. So let's say to summarize all the regional assessments and picking up, let's say, the most general things and most common things that we can report on. So here I give it in summary. Also, I would like to give some food for discussion, because this summary of the summaries, original summaries, can still be edited and amended based on our today's discussion. So first, conclusion is that the extent of salt affected soils is not fully known. And in many countries, there is no official data, or this data can be controversial sometimes. So the official data or published materials or the assessment based on the GPAP method, so they are sometimes give very different figures, numbers of the distribution of salt affected soils. The monitoring of salt affected soils is not performed in most of the served countries, and many experts reported that the mapping of salt-affected soils still needs to be improved and updated, as mapping is achieved with mostly outdated methods, and maps are still kept in paper format. So there are many countries which reported that this is the case. Different methods are used for the measurement of soil salinity and acidity. I think that we can obviously see from all our regional assessments reported today. The most common method involves determining electrical conductivity and saturated base texture, then followed by calculating of the total soluble salts. Data harmonization and development of conversion equations, data transfer functions is also very crucial for preview. The use of electromagnetic methods to assess salinity is limited across the region. Also, it is a method that gives quick and reliable results on metal salinity at the field level, and the FAO main like a guideline was developed also on my anniversary 25 years ago. It was released with the FAO bulletin, so there is already assessment guideline using the electrical conductivity methods. It is highly recommended that this mapping technique is disseminated among the countries through training sessions. Several sustainable management practices for salt-affected soils are implemented in the served countries. However, there are no statistics available to understand their scale of adoption and assess the efficiency. So we can see that, yes, these practices are used, but still we cannot understand the scale of this use. A critical case remains is the lack of the national assessment of yield losses attributed to soil salinity and acidity. The potential yield gains ensuing from reclamation efforts or other enhancement of salt-affected soils remains unexplored. By quantifying yield losses, countries can gain a deeper understanding of the magnitude of the challenge at hand, and similarly, gauging the yield gains achievable through reclamation and soil improvement endeavors can provide a roadmap for sustainable growth and enhanced productivity. So we also suggest that this critical gap should be, let's say, promoted, not promoted, but by field, by our further studies, by our further activity of INSAT, as soon as it will be one of the main information for the governing bodies, for the decision makers to see how these practices help, what are the losses of the crop production, or the gains, potential gains can result from these interventions. The use of hydrological models is limited across all regions. Also, they provide contemporary tools with significant potential for predicting, assessing, and mitigating water management challenges, and as well as address optimization and certification issues. And it is also recommended that this is introduced and implemented widely through awareness raising and training sessions. Across several countries, there is a deficiency in policies governing the management of salt-affected soils. Despite the consensus among the experts of our network, as we can obviously expect that this regulation is very much necessary. The absence of comprehensive policies in this domain is of widespread concern. However, some exceptions are observed where a policy specifically targeting the management of soils, particularly salt-affected soils, has been established. So, in some countries, which can serve as, let's say, like an example, be a good example of pursuing this government policies, so we can also differ from them. Brackish water is used widely in many countries. However, the irrigation water monitoring system are not used in most of them. And again, we have a consensus among the experts of the network that establishing such monitoring system is necessary. So it's all from my side. Thank you.
Some comments to the resume. This will be the part of the report of the meeting officially to FAO. So you are welcome.
Then, actually, based on the summary, we will try to do some activities like we have planned for webinars, and we can talk up to the people.
Actually, the report, because Maria knows that this activity will be tomorrow with this training. So it is already considered there. And but, well, I think it is general recommendations. And this apart, I'm sure that she will make a detailed report of what was done. And, for the visit, the visit, and so on. I think for every year. No?
Yeah. So regarding the report of our meeting, it is a separate thing. So it will be the report of the meeting, and here is the summary which will be published in the GSAS report. So because we had the regional summaries, we have been listening for these regional summaries today, and so they will be published. And as the summary of this regional assessment, this is the one which I presented to you. So if there is no something to add, maybe it is something missing, so we can add some or edit this summary. So because it's also the goal of today's meeting that we can meet and let's say discuss this assessment and this summary and make this edits.
According to your summary, I think that it could be nice if some of you that are willing take a look to the soil lakes, this network as well, database of and exploring this because I'm journalist and I can read and I can understand, but I'm not sure even in my country to interpret well what is this regulation and what is over that, and if there are contradictions, who is prevailing, and so I think that it would be nice to approach the soil lakes and learn what others did, if something there, and we can try to propose that as even for an approach, because this is not the only how to say grouping of experts, but apart of the Grossland that it was I think expressed here that some kind of harmonization of the methods for later easy comparison of the data is needed. So Grossland is dealing with that. But as well, there are this how is called this digital data network. Yeah. And so, it is not to be like this metaphor of the elephant, that everyone approach. So a group of blind people approach to the elephant and then describe in different ways. But we do our task in this topic speciality, but it would be nice if some of them investors also can this is I think that one of the recommendations is to widen the scope in the looking into, because we are recommending to improve that in the policies. So there are soil lakes, for example. And it is another recommendation to stress the collaboration with Grossland, because the very different approaches, for example, for SAR or ASP or Latin exchange and so on. So I think that's some of the recommendations. And what do you think? What else? You will be in me probably. That's I have a terminology comment. We speak about climate change, And for me, well, I have that. But should we speak about meteorology, so meteorological events change? I mean, many of the areas remain with the same climatic type, but it is not the same regularity. So for me, what is clear is that the meteorological events are changing, but I'm not so comfortable with not still with the terminology of climate change. People, even TV, they misunderstood what is climate and what is meteorological events. That's well, we speak about climate change. It is, if we take that in a scientific way, it is a very, very serious issue. And I think that we are still not at this point because well, if you have some experience of that, if climate has changed, I mean, then you have drought in somewhere, now it's raining. Or so climate is presenting irregularities. But what is your opinion?
Yeah. Surely there are indicators of longer term changes in climate, which aren't, so your question is, are we seeing climate variation? Or, I mean, what I'm hearing you say is, are we seeing climate variation or are we seeing change? And I would have thought that the IPCC reports indicate that we are seeing change. We are seeing within a situation of variation, we are seeing discernible change. One of the things that I used to do every year on New Year's Day was to calculate the average annual temperature in my city. And the average annual temperature in my city has changed a year by about 1.5 degrees over the last 40 years. Yes, it's noisy, it goes up and down, but you can put a line of progression through the data, and it is highly significant. The p-value of less than 0.001. So that is change. Would you agree? And there are enough indicators like this to show that we are moving from one situation into another situation, and we're still traveling. We don't know what it's going to look like. Isn't that?
Yeah, well, it is, yes, I agree. And it is, for sure, it is polemic. And for example, I will tell you here at Valencia, 300 meters from here, it is the meteorological observatory. There was outside of the city 30 years ago, and now it's inside. So some kind of influence could be because of the activity of the city and things like that. So, well, but it is. I wonder if we should refer to more specific indicators like the time that the soil is under such level of dryness, for example, things like that. Because it is, well, if we compute the rainfall, maybe this water in some moments is runoff and do not enter soil. So just to, because I'm afraid of something I tell to my students. If you speak like a journalist, you are wasting your time studying here. Yeah. So I mean that we have some more indexes to check about that and to translate to the society that telling like everybody speaks. You go to any cafeteria and people can tell you if you have on speech about climate change and things so. And well, yes.
Actually, we can use
yeah.
can use these models, which is related to the climate. So, and based on that, we can say the climate will change because it was project already for like 50 years later. So based on that, if we model the soil salinity, if we train the using some stuff to say, okay, to train the model, just calibrate it, and later on to project the salinity or sodicity for the future, we can understand what will happen. Actually, it gives some trends in which different kind of places, what will happen. Maybe maybe the absolute value will not be the same as it will happen in the future, but we can understand the trends. Yeah. And it would be very helpful for decision maker, for policy maker to decide what we should be done,
For instance, I think now starting people to use this big data processing, and now it is surprising info. I was feeling sometimes that people live in a TV and we see some programs, they cross these variables with others that you did not expect, and they get new conclusions about that. So I think that in the forthcoming years we will see that new information coming from this cross variables will appear, and we will get some more evidence of things. So yeah. So it's the future, and for models, I am absolutely fond of that. Also, a model is suspected to be false until demonstrated 1,000 times that it is not so far from reality, but it can project some, how to say, some scenarios. There's the best option, the worst option, and in this you can. But sometimes we make such jumps in the. We are using a mechanistic model that takes into account quite molecular or reactions at a small scale, and well, not small scale, at detailed scale. But we use data that are from models that they are several orders of magnitude different, with a lot of variation and noise entering there. So I think that the models will be improved as well in the future, trying to harmonize it, because garbage in, garbage out in the models. Yeah. Well, dear colleagues, I think that we have now completed the program for today. And if you don't want to make any other remark or comment, yes, go please.
About the biological and climate change.
Yeah,
I think the question is time is the most important factor that we can have. This is phenomena, it's climate phenomena, it's climate change. For example, 1 month ago, we had a very heavy rain in Dubai, and a flood in the rain. And people said that it's 75 years ago it happened. So it's not talks about climate change. It's simply this. If we have data of the past of 50 or 70 years ago, and we have the series of 35 years, and we will check and move each 10 years, and we will recognize that from time to time we will have such phenomena, such unexpected phenomena is happening. But when we speak about, for example, in the last 10 years, the pattern of rain is changed, it means that there is some climate change. But when we have some unexpected phenomenon, or it's happening rain or monsoon or tsunami or something, it's not it can be happening each 100 years, each 200 years, and depending on I don't know, maybe different factors.
Yes, actually, journalists approach you, ask, do you think that climate change is true or not? They want that you answer yes or no. But my preferred answer will be how long time do you have for the answer? Because it is many aspects to be discussed for that. And, yeah. And well, actually, engineers they project the highways and so forth, extraordinary events for example, every 100 years. I remember one bridge in Catalonia that was just built up, and this extraordinary event that happens every 100 years happened next year, and that's destroyed it. So yeah, well, it is not our issue, but it is affects our topic. Yeah. Thank you. So, dear colleagues, so we finished the session for discussion of this assessment on status and management on salt-affected soils, and we meet tomorrow for the workshops, and I encourage you to come to the modeling for those that are not familiar, because I know that Mason will project hands-on exercises. But as well, for those that are coming to the field discussion, you will be find useful this that I will try to present you how to get the info and using the smartphone and everything again. So thank you very much, and we meet in. Do you know there will be gala dinner? No. Yeah. Yes, and for all participants through Zoom tool, thank you very much for all your attendance. And so I think that some of the webinars and workshops tomorrow will be as well online. So see you tomorrow. Thank you for your participation.
Thank you. Goodbye.
See you.